So
And then come back
fours
around.
were like, my fixture you absolutely must replace.
I see.
And then three left, and then one was
It's pretty
like
amazing.
perfectly fine. And so I'm only doing really.
Hey, give me Robin.
Gotcha.
They
How's it
only
going?
wanted me
Sorry,
to-
Robin, couldn't meet up, man.
included in my
Yeah,
bid.
sorry.
Fourth
No.
request. And
It's,
so
it just
as you
happens.
tear into it,
Sounds like you've
then
been
that's
really
where
busy.
discovery.
Well, you know, once I put in my notice. But, yeah, I mean, that's, obviously.
So you retiring?
I mean, I'm not going on anything else, I'm taking the winter off. We'll see, something pops up, but,
So then, you know,
planning on not
so
doing
then
anything.
so then, well, we're not gonna do anything more on this until we
Come here to do that.
Yeah, it's the last day of the first of November, and definitely
And
packed with, you know, all the complexities that we have, people who've been there for a while, that affect a lot of the staff, which is just staying there.
Do you have to?
Yeah.
I will,
Not yet.
the direction from the
I think it's like that.
to say that everyone's this can be.
It's been long.
Next year will be.
Which I will be tomorrow, basically. I'll find out.
Ever since COVID, every company
I
has.
feel like it's interesting.
You know, ever since COVID.
Get back to based on. Take one other and say.
It's been awesome.
And ended up in behind being for 2 times. It's not mine. Driving to work. And, well, every company, you know, again, it's all.
That's
really happened. Everything that you crush.
And it's
Where now?
So, yeah.
No
I'm-
matter
Ready to go when you are, whenever you're ready.
what level you're at, your workload just continues to increase. At all levels. Yeah, at the executive level, at the lowest level, we keep people involved. It's definitely.
Okay, we all good? Welcome to the October 14th, 2025 Frisco Town Council Work Session. We're gonna start with agenda item number 1, the restrictive housing covenant discussion with Katie. And
Part 9, come on, answer part 9 for me.
Yeah, so with that, I guess Katie, you're welcome to take it away.
Okay, and I'm more looking, I feel like you've all heard, you have all the information, you don't need a whole lot of a presentation. So what I was going to do is more zoom in on the charts. The focus tonight, based on where we left off at the last time we had this discussion, was trying to come back to maximum resale calculations and tying that in with qualifying capital improvements, what percentage or unlimited you want. So at the last meeting, the council requested that staff show the 3.25, 3.5, 3.75, and 4% differences. So those are all included in your packet. I also have hard copies if you wanna look at anything in front of you.
Yeah, I'd like that,
Yeah,
that'd be
you
great.
got it. Do you mind?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
give you a chunk.
Thank you.
Yep. And then that same chart has examples of what the capital improvements would look like if you added 20, 40, and 60. So just as a recollection from the last meeting, we had been showing lower capital improvement numbers, and council requested we go higher, so we got rid of the 10%, went up to 60% to show those numbers. So the way that this chart works, and I'll give you my disclaimer first.
Can I ask you something?
Yep.
Will this as you're putting the 60%, 20% that, I was just looking at the 80 AMI, and the last one sold at the first 207 and the bottom one 295, for the 2 bedrooms. Now, if you do the 3%, it's 20, 40 to 60%, does that kick it out of, are we gonna find that out? Can we look at that to see if it kicks it out of that AMI?
Yes.
Okay, that's in the,
I'll zoom
okay,
in on this.
good,
Yep,
awesome.
you got it. No, good question.
I was looking and I'm
No,
like,
and
man, I
that's
gotta
good
go
to
back
know
to
you
my.
wanna hear it, because I didn't know how much to get into, so I'll show that.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so,
Okay, so just a reminder, it's council's discretion if they want a new covenant. If a new covenant is created, the current owners of a restricted property have to choose to opt in. These are the same disclaimers you had every meeting. And then if a new covenant is directed, so for example, tonight, if the council comes to consensus with a majority of you wanting a certain direction, then you're gonna direct staff to make those changes, and then we're gonna send it to our town attorney for thorough legal review. And then we'll be bringing it forward for the public to comment on, at that point in time. So no date if that was to happen, because we need to see the direction first. And then you have the reminder that the IGA, the intergovernmental agreement we have throughout the county in dealing with 5A funds are up here. You've heard and seen these also about the primary goal. For example, the primary goal of the 5A fund is to enable more local residents to remain in Summit County and for local businesses to keep a quality workforce, resulting in a stronger economy and more robust community. And then you have the IGA stating that it's to provide rental and purchase prices within the means of low to moderate income, and to plan and finance, acquire, construct, reconstruct, or repair, maintain, manage, and operate affordable housing projects or programs for employees or employers. Okay, so first question we ask every time is, at this point in time, does the council still want to pursue a new standard of the restricted covenant? You wanna start with that before I give you the charge?
Probably
Okay,
the
that'd be a
best
wise
question.
move.
Before I talk for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
For the ninth time?
So, do you guys wanna go around the table, say how you feel straight away about that issue?
You know, like I'm
Looking forward
just kind
to-
of standing with what I said before, it'd be like, you know, even if we don't approve a document, it'd be really nice to get it, you know, done at least, and somebody has a draft, but I'd like to see where it goes. And public comment probably is the most important thing, because that's the people who, and if we don't have a document to show them, we can't get any public comment and move forward anyway, so I'm still in moving forward, but so that's where I sit.
What a long, strange trip it's been. I'm very confused about ultimately where this is leading right now. And as I stated the last time we talked about this, I'm very open and I like the idea of constant conversation. But I also know there's a price to be paid with everyone's time, staff's time, and also our constituents. And I feel now tabling this for a while would not bother me. I think the staff has done a great job of getting us the information we needed. I think we do need to pick it up. I think it needs to be addressed and looked into. But I think now, after the ninth time of conversation, and unless there's, you know, and we'll have to hear what Robin says too, but and Andy, but unless we're really right now, I feel like so I told Andy, I feel like we're kicking a can that's about to sprout legs and run down the road, and we're not going to be able to catch it unless maybe we can just stop and maybe put some more thought into it, and that's where maybe we can get some more constituency input too. To table it now doesn't mean it can't come back, and that's where I'm kind of at now. Or Andy or Robin. I didn't mean to select you, Robin.
Yeah, and I'm going Robin, cause if I'm supposed to be a tiebreaker, then I'll wait.
I think at this point I could be okay going either way. I think it's important to continue working towards this, because I know this is what our constituents want. And I'm curious how everybody still feels, if there's been any change in heart, or if this makes any difference. I'm just afraid that we are going to continue to hit the same roadblocks because nothing has changed. So I'd be curious to see how this conversation goes. If we can find some way to move forward in agreement, then I'd say let's do it. If after this conversation we're still stuck, maybe that is indicative of it might be appropriate for us to press pause.
I am definitely under the idea that we're partially rushing into legislation that nobody's asked for at this point. We're definitely not meeting what our constituency asked for. And so if we're moving forward with other things and now that we're in the minutia, I feel like it's this whole bear that we're like recreating the wheel, where it's like, do we even need to recreate the wheel? I mean, that's where I'm at. I feel like it's taken a lot of staff time and all, and I'm sure you guys have plenty of other things to work on and to focus on, and I know if we table it, then what you've been working on gets put aside, but then it gives you the opportunity to work on other things, right? So personally, I think it would be wiser to wait for the next council to even talk about this, because of our divisions, and where we're at, and I don't, the 4% and all that, I haven't even really gotten much input from people who live under the restriction, as far as how they would feel about that. And I've tried a little bit, and everybody at this point that I've talked to feels kind of disillusioned with where we've ended up with the decisions we've made to get to this point. And so in which case, I feel like tabling it's the way to go.
And Katie, this is pretty much the last two things on the resale and the,
Unless the council wanted to bring anything back.
But I just hate to table it just right before the end, we got two more things to do, and we're not agreeing on things. On some of the things, but a lot of things we have, to be right at the end. To at least have this done, that we got the information. We looked at the 20%, 40%, the 4%, the 3%, 3.5, and make a conclusion of where we think, that should be. And then let's put it out to the public. What's it gonna hurt? Why is it gonna hurt? What's it gonna hurt us? I think it's gonna hurt us now if we stop it, because we did waste, waste a lot of money, a lot of time, and to stop right now at the end. I'm not a quitter, I don't like that, spend so much time and then just go, hey, well,
I guess I would see it as not quitting. So we talked about the 4%, if I remember correctly, this is kind of the end of the last work session conversation of possibly like a compromise that could be made. I haven't really put too much thought into the whole 4% thing, and you got us the numbers now, so that helps considerably. So to me, I don't see it as quitting, and I appreciate what you're saying, Dan, I really do. And I also have, another 50 minutes to spare. But I think, to me, I don't see it as tabling it forever. I see it as taking time, reflect, revisit, seeing giving constituency more time to give their input. And I will say this, it's interesting what Andy just said, because the constituency I've reached out to, I've actively reached out to, I'm getting the same feeling that there's kind of a disillusionment with it right now. And there are some things on this that I'm really, really for. And quite frankly, there's people out there that are my constituents that aren't necessarily for it. But I picked up some of that too, that what Andy was feeling is, are we just churning for no reason now? If the vote in this, Andy, if the vote is like tied though, we move forward, right?
Not necessarily, no. If the vote, as far as I understand it, is tied, then nothing changes.
The only time you're voting is if there is a proposal.
If there's an ordinance.
What word do we use instead of voting?
Is there direction to move forward, I guess?
Yeah, I mean,
is what I would, is there
the-
consensus
the-
or majority on direction?
Right, and there is no rules around that.
necessarily, meaning that it has to be 3-2, 3-1, whatever, to move forward to a draft. So that's really up to you guys if you want a draft created.
You know.
I mean, the only other thing I'll say is that it seems like the discussion is kind of centered around the only reason to move forward is if we're applying this to current things that are for sale, deed restricted. You could create something that only applies to new for sale stock, if you believe in that. I'm not saying that you do or you don't, but it doesn't have to only apply to what exists. So there could be value in discussing it from that perspective.
You know, and the one thing is you're never gonna please everybody, so, people you're talking about saying things like that, you can talk to somebody else that's gonna say, hey, I'm fine with the way it is, you're not gonna please everybody.
The problem is, Dan, is I haven't talked to anybody that agrees with what we're all talking about. Everything. I mean, it's like all the different issues.
Yeah.
There is nobody that supports this who lives under the deed restriction that I've talked to, right? And I've talked to quite a few at this point. And so it's like if we're not helping anybody, then, we're making ourselves feel better because we think this is the better way to go. I mean, we've also talked in that there's a lot of these decisions that have ramifications that we don't even really know about yet at this point, right? And it's like if we're waiting for it to get public input, tabling it gives a lot more opportunity for that. We can actually put out what we've got and say, what do you guys think of this? Instead of actually coming to an ordinance that, is a first draft, which is harder than for the public to change, even though we'll get their input. Because that's, at that time, we can choose to not put it into place, right? We can vote it down as it's an ordinance, but.
You can even put out a draft without creating an ordinance. You can direct us to do any, and you can direct us in any way
and that's
to
basically
seek
what we
public
have.
comment.
Right, it's basically what we have is a draft at this point, right?
I don't think so.
No?
No,
Because we have too many unanswered questions.
No, there's too many variables,
Yeah.
I would say.
I guess just to simplify it, I'm curious, Andy, you just said that you haven't talked to anybody who likes what we're doing or would agree with what we're doing. What I heard from our constituents is that they don't want their properties devalued. And that meaning they don't want the lower of to actually lower the 3%, right?
Well, that was the initial ask.
Yeah, that it doesn't actually get.
That was the greater than or lesser than ask.
Yeah, they want their properties to be at least 3% or higher, or the AMI or higher. They don't want it to go below the 3%.
Sure.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So what we've already created, from what I understand, we've already, at least the proposed idea is that we don't have the AMI chart in there, which means the AMI chart wouldn't be limiting below the 3%. So it's maybe not the exact goal that our constituents have asked for, but it is, the outcome that they want is that their properties are not devalued. We're not necessarily just saying yes, we'll do exactly what you ask here. We're taking into account other factors and also giving them what they ask, in a sense.
Yeah, to me, as they've all said to me, why would I sign on to that?
Maybe it would be the 80 or the 100 AMI saying, hey, I can get my capital improvements done now. The garage and stuff like that, they
Or
can
if-
put that on
We
the
did,
price.
the garage still doesn't count on there, so.
It does.
It does.
The full amount of the
On
garage.
the 2019 deed restriction, yes.
Right, in which case, why would they opt in to anything new? Because it counts on the 2019 opt-in, which is what
Well, you
they're
also,
already set up as, at this point.
So,
At
but,
this point, they're still saying, well, then I'm not gonna opt into that, and I'll just opt into the 2019 if it was gonna still be there, if it wasn't
But isn't
gonna
it
be
the
there,
other capital improvement projects
they would
aren't?
be out of
Aren't
luck.
there, like furnace and on the 80 and 100 AMI, is it just the garage or is it?
No, it's not just the garage,
It's the full list that's included in
The full-
the
list, yeah.
2019 deed restriction,
Is on
correct?
there, yeah.
If
So
somebody,
they essentially get it then.
if for some reason the AMI chart dips below the 3% non-compounded annually, that would mean they would want to opt into whatever this new idea is because they would get the 3%.
That theoretically would, but nowadays they're saying that the SEHA chart is higher,
Yeah, but they
right?
might go
So
lower,
which means that,
which is why they asked this question initially, because it did go lower.
right,
So this would
Right.
prevent the problem that happened from happening again.
we assume.
Yeah,
And we assume that all of the ramifications of all of the other decisions also don't have negative effects somewhere else that we don't necessarily know. And then besides that, they're still gonna take advantage of, purchasing another house in Colorado in a trust. Or, look at like Breckenridge's, new, deal with the 35% of businesses need to provide workforce housing for their employees. Well, if you live in workforce housing, you can't buy another house to purchase for your employees. And so then you're gonna do it under your company and it's just another workaround, right? I mean, there's workarounds around all these things to the point where, if we don't change anything, they can still take advantage the way they're all taking advantage and/or, say, other people have sold their homes based off of the situation they're already in for more because of other items.
but there is a reason
Couches
that
and-
somebody would opt into this new covenant that we're discussing potentially.
Again, I'm just gonna keep going back to, there is not one person who I've talked to who has said, you guys are making something that I want to sign on to. Just so I get my 3% or something like that, nobody has said that. Everybody has said, I will stick with what I got, and that's better for me. And so,
And
to
that's
the
what people are
point.
gonna do, whatever's better for them.
Right, but the thing is are we legislating for no reason at all?
I
Are
think
we
we're trying to-
legislating to just pat ourselves on the back because we think we've created something better? This is where it's like we're wasting staff's time, we're wasting everybody's time if we're creating something that we
Yeah.
just feel good about. For what purpose? We
Yeah,
still
I
haven't come up with
understand.
the purpose of keeping it cheap for perpetuity or making it a stepping stone. We haven't actually said that. We're now split that way. And it's like we're split on all these things. There's only 4 of us. And it's like we are
Yeah.
trying to beat a dead horse here.
Well, we already went through 9 meetings.
Yeah, I know, but this is the thing, do
So,
we need to
we're
waste
not-
more time?
I think we're 1 meeting away from just kind of, finishing up a little bit, we're
I
pretty
think-
close.
I think for me, I'm sorry, Dan, finish.
No, if, if we could just get these 2 things down and get a draft and kind of look at it and see then where we go next. If we just table it then, but can we just finish the last meeting?
Cause you could, I mean, you obviously have the time today.
Yeah.
Scheduled.
Well, not if we keep on debating it.
I
like
understand,
this.
but if you propose something that provides more value than the 2019 or the original deed restriction that anybody has, not just Peak One, there's a lot of original deed restrictions. And you put a draft together, then people can really evaluate it.
And then we can turn it down.
You absolutely can turn it,
Yeah.
or you,
Well,
like I
get
said,
input.
you
No,
could,
get
you
input
could
from
not offer it, you could easily not offer it to current owners and only apply it to new housing helps and built product.
And what benefit does that give us compared to just,
If you feel
utilizing
that
what
it's a
we've got?
better deed restriction than exists today.
Right, well, and the bottom line is I don't feel that we're coming up with anything better than what exists today. And that is, I wanna say that out loud, right? And so we can keep running down this road.
No, I
And
disagree
keep
with you.
trying to,
Yeah.
to come to some sort of agreement, but that's how I feel. I don't think we're creating anything better than there was before. We're trying to recreate the wheel And I don't.
I don't think we're trying to
agree with it.
recreate, we're trying to cut the loopholes, as you say, that people, are taking advantage of this and that, and that's why everything else came up. Because the last thing I wanna do is a tit for, just one thing, and then next year it's another little thing. And next year it's a little thing here, and then it's a little thing here. Try to
There's
fix the
always
whole
gonna be little
diamond,
things.
there are, no doubt, But if
We've
we-
talked that way, like,
Yeah.
they're talking with somebody, the other night who lives under one of the 5% deed restriction, but he's, paying, equal amount of HOA dues and special assessments to the market value units around him. And it's like, he's not gonna opt into anything that we're coming up that's gonna take away his 5%, right? I mean,
Unless some other portion of the deed restriction makes it more advantageous to him.
maybe his assessments or capital gain, or
again, we
capital
are
improvement.
just,
I would say this, what
Guessing.
we're doing is we're discussing it.
Yeah,
So why don't we just officially discuss it until our time is up? And then make it, because my concern ultimately is we keep getting into a tie. And, we don't know who's gonna be on council next.
well, we don't know on this.
We don't know until this, right, so
We
that's
don't
what
know
I'm
on
saying.
this, where we're at.
Right,
I-
so I have no problem discussing it for the next, is it 30 minutes, 34 minutes?
You have an hour left,
An hour?
and 5 minutes.
So I think though, for me, I think I've stated where I sit on this position. I doubt that's gonna change right now, but I'm always open. But we're discussing it. So should we just make it official that we're discussing it? And let Katie make her statement? And then bring that question back at the end.
The one thing is her time's already spent. We're sitting here to make a decision. We're sitting here to hear it. And so if we go, no, table it, then we're done. Her time was wasted of dealing with this. We should have done it last meeting. And then what are we gonna do? We're not gonna talk about anything else. We have nothing else on the agenda. So,
you're worried.
why the hell did you bring me in?
You're worried about wasting the
Why
Why
next
didn't you just
hour?
call me at home and tell me?
If it makes you guys feel better to discuss this for the next hour, we can do that, but like,
I would like to
You know.
see where the AM chart and the 20-40% and the 3 and 4, where it gets and whether it kicks us out, so we kind of have an idea whether, it's the 10% now, whether it's a 20, the 40 or 60, we can just kick those out and say, hey, well, 60's kicking it in to 2 more AMIs. It's going to, from 80 to 120, but I don't know that information, because I haven't done the homework. I could have pulled out my, tried to figure it out.
Well, I was in Scotland, I was not drinking whiskey, so.
I was in
That's
Scotland.
why we didn't discuss it last week.
So I guess Robin, you wanna hear more, is that, where you fall within that?
Yeah.
If we're gonna officially keep this discussion going?
Okay,
Yeah,
and
that's
first also, I just wanna say, I don't think,
the majority.
despite the comments on staff time and time on and off, doesn't make staff time be a contributing factor to where you decide to go from, whether it's to keep going or not. We have time, we can make it time, it's not a big
But
deal.
we want you to work on something else.
Okay, well, it's a fun project and we're happy to take it on. Okay, okay, so I think we're good knowing the overarching question and we recapped that. Do you want the examples again of how other communities around are doing it? You good? Okay.
I think we've seen those, huh, guys?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Robin,
Yeah, I'm good.
you good?
Okay, I can always bring them back up, they're in
Okay.
here if you want them. I will say it just came up again, I think last week, provided a resale calc to somebody and they hadn't had an understanding of how it was correctly still. So I just also wanna sink in while we're showing this is the 2019 formula. That usually Emma in our office is in charge of doing resale calcs, I also help when she's busy. So anyone can always call and ask us to, or email us and ask us to do the resale calc for their property. We usually ask for about a week or 10 days, cause it is the bottom of our list usually of priority in workloads. But we always do them, and every email we send to people, we say we're happy to sit down and explain this also. So just a reminder to everybody who's listening that even though people think they understand this, they've heard all of these potentially, we're finding that people still don't actually necessarily understand the language and how this is put together. So always call Emma or myself and we can help out with that. This is your 2025 chart, so I'm not gonna, we've gone through this also enough. This is the chart just to reflect for anyone listening that it does go change on an annual basis based on the new release each year of HUD numbers. That's usually done in April-ish, but it could be a little earlier or a little later. On your chart in front of you, one of the white columns in the middle, it says, and I'll have this chart up for the public also, but when we get to the chart, 2025 AMI chart max, that is the number taken from this chart. So that when Dan, you were asking how you could see how the numbers reflect comparing to the chart, that's gonna be that column right there. And that's why, for example, every 2-bedroom 80% is the same number.
So the one that's at the bottom at 295 is still at the 317, huh? That, so they all look the same in the 2025 chart.
Sorry, can you guys
Where's
say
the
again?
225?
Well, you have it, you're saying this white area, huh?
The white one,
Yeah, yeah.
yep, 2025.
So an 80 AMI, it says 317 all the way down, all of them.
For that, yep, because all, the maximum, under the 2019 covenant,
For
the
eight.
maximum that could be 2-bedroom 80% unit could sell for is the number on that chart.
Okay,
And that number is gonna match up to that 317,
Okay.
917. Now,
So-
there's the formula, they may not hit it, or they may go over it and have to drop it to that number.
yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering, and the 290. So the last one down there, 295, that's the last sale price of that unit, huh?
Where's the 295, sorry?
295 is the last one, the
The
last sale
second
price,
column,
the last sale price.
Oh, got it, sorry, yes.
See how the bottom one, so the top one's 207.
Yep.
Cause
And
it
they're-
hasn't
yep.
sold, I guess, huh? And then the
Yeah.
bottom one's 295, that one's sold a couple times, I guess.
You most likely,
So they would, 317, they would be the max of 21,000, but the person who hasn't sold at 207, I guess, yeah, is 110, so that's telling the, how much they are gonna make on it,
Yep.
okay, yep.
yes, you got it. And I could also, there's a lot of, as you know, I'm sure guess, there's a lot of hidden columns. So we have the date and the months that have passed, and I can also open up that spreadsheet.
Mhm.
But what you will find most likely is that exactly what you said, the last one, 295,
Mhm.
probably sold pretty recently.
Mhm.
So normally they wouldn't make as much money because they haven't owned as long
Yeah.
as somebody who's owned for 10 years, for
Mhm.
example. So that kind of follows that. But I can also show all those columns.
And that's the thing too, is the longer they own it, then the more capital improvements too, of that. And, but otherwise, if they sold it right away, if they did a furnace or did anything, they wouldn't really get much back.
Yeah, you have
on that.
depreciation in there, to where
Yeah,
the 5 or 10 year,
yeah.
where
Okay.
it's unvalued or devalued at that point.
So then now the 100%, we have some minus numbers down here in the AMA chart, last sale price.
Yep, and do you wanna, I'll finish on the slides and then we'll get back to this.
You got
Does that work?
Just
So
sounds
now kind of you
Sorry,
see,
yeah.
no, it's a good way to connect what that
Okay.
column is coming from, and it's this chart.
Okay.
Alright, we'll look at that, it's already the next slide. If anyone has this electronic, you can zoom in from the packet materials also. It's in there, and so that might be an easier way if someone's trying to read it on the screen. I doubt on the TV it's very easy to read. But it is in the packet. So breaking this down, what we have hidden that you can see is the date that the unit was purchased, the math to do how many months they've owned it with. And so what you're seeing, I'm just gonna start at, let's take the top one, the 2-bedroom, 207, 80% AMI. The way that the numbers would work, if they were to get 2% a year, not compounded, from the date they purchased, they could now sell for $266, $380, 50 cents. If they got 3% a year, based on how long they've owned it when they purchased it, it would be that $295, $920. And so I won't read you every single one, that's taking you up to 4%. As Dan pointed out, that white column that says AMI chart minus last sale price is showing the amount somebody right now wouldn't be able, or how much basically wiggle room they have to hit that chart. based on what some of the constituents have said and some council members have said, if we get rid of that AMI chart max, that wouldn't be relevant, because you would just look at adding that percentage to your original sale price.
In other words, the AMI would not act as a cap.
Correct, that white column, yep, thank you. Cause and as a reminder, Frisco is the only community who uses that chart on their maximum resale, which is why staff originally proposed we stop because of the complaints between the drastic changes that could always occur. Then, so that's kind of taking a look at where you are with those percentages. And then, no math added, I have a calculator, if anyone wants to pass it around, if you need it. You can take and see an example of that 20%, 40%, 60% capital improvements, what those numbers look like. So you can kind of say, okay, well, let's look at just the standard 3%. That would be that. If I allowed them up to 40% of capital improvements, okay, well, we're still under the AMI chart, so they'd actually be getting, they wouldn't have room, or the current covenant may be better. We'd have to do all that math.
And just to remind, you're describing how the current 2019 covenant works.
Yes, thank you.
Because the current 2019 covenant has a tie to the AMI chart.
So if for some reason our AMI chart dips below these numbers more significantly, that would be a reason for somebody to opt into potentially what we're proposing,
Correct.
which is initially what they asked for, not to be limited, not to be capped by the AMI. I think that's an important note.
And I think Tom had a great point at the beginning of keeping this in mind for future developments. We just had a couple, the 2019 covenant is our standard covenant, so it got put on 4 units getting built through bonus density. We have a couple of more properties coming in with bonus density right now. Either they've been approved by planning commission, but they haven't recorded a covenant, or they're coming to planning commission in the next couple of months. So you will have, do you want a lottery for future units? That would be something that if you drop this, you're also losing the option for the town to have a lottery, which is okay. But those I think are the side points to keep in mind on the option of future developments. You do have new units going to be coming on board. And are you okay with what you have and we continue using it? It worked fine that 4 people bought the 4 units of 97 flats, so obviously people weren't super opposed to 2019 units. But if you wanna get things you've heard, people have requested such as a lottery, you would have to make certain changes. That's really all I have, it's just for you guys to see the chart.
It's a good chart.
Memorize it when you were in
Yeah, yeah.
Scotland, I'm sure you
It's a very
memorized it.
good chart. Yeah.
Well, do you want to go through an example of?
Yeah.
If you didn't use the AMI chart and, for instance, picked 3.25 as your appreciation number.
Okay.
And picked 20% as your cap for improvements, what would that do?
Yeah.
I know that those 3 variables can change, but it's an example.
Robin, hand me a property, pick a property.
Oh boy. Let's go with the 3-bedroom, 100% you pick.
Okay, 300, we'll take one that's kind of in the middle, how about, so I'm seeing like 370, does that look okay to everybody? Alright, it's third from the bottom of the
Okay, 370,
3-bedroom, 100% chart. Okay, so that property last sold for $370,558. If they added 3.25%, then they'd be up to $386,615. Oh, okay, so this is an example you're gonna see probably recently sold, because it's not, the 16,000 is not gonna be a very longevity, but that's okay, because we're just arbitrarily picking. so.
Right, but this is also part of the thing, like, we're changing this to,
It's how long they've owned and all of that.
yeah.
And maybe we do two examples, one that's been owned longer,
Yep.
one that's been owned shorter.
Well, that's what the one in the 3-bedroom,
I mean, you take.
200,000 and then 370, you know, 170 different.
Okay, so you're at 386, 615 using the 3.25%, and then which capital improvement example do you wanna use? 20, 40, or 60? Martin? Oh, sorry, just picking random.
Which example?
20, 40, or 60?
Let's do the 60,
So 60%.
start at the extremes.
Okay, so you're gonna add 386, 615 plus 148, 223. And again, let's remember, this is assuming someone actually spent
Yeah.
that much on their
Right.
capital improvements, which probably is pretty far-fetched, but what they could spend, they could.
Mhm.
Then they are gonna have a total of 534,838. So let's just say 535 to make it easier in your heads. 535, right now, the max they could sell per chart is 496.5. So they can make about $40,000 more with a 3.25% a year plus 60% capital improvements, if they used all their capital improvements.
60%.
Well, I like to know the extremes
Yeah.
before you start
Is it even
making.
possible with our list of capital improvements to get to that?
You know,
That-
you're making everything new at that point.
That would be a
For
very hard
150 grand.
question to
Yeah.
answer
Yeah.
globally.
And I also can tell you, because I don't have it on here, I can pull up and tell you how many months they've owed, because I do think that's important to put into the analysis. So just give me a minute and I'll open this.
So in that single case, those changes to the deed restriction, or those types of factors within a new deed restriction would benefit that homeowner over the 2019 deed restriction
Sure, if we were to do 60%.
and 3.25%.
3.25.
With the 60% being the cap on improvements and no cap except the 3.25% on appreciation.
So that property has owned for just 16 months. They've purchased.
16 months, can you even sell out of a 2-year period without paying capital gains and all that?
That's a whole, we don't answer.
Yeah, we don't-
We don't answer tax questions.
No, you cannot.
Andy's correct, we would make that consideration, no?
Well, you know, I mean, nobody's gonna get in there and then just decide they're gonna put 150 grand into their deed restricted place to turn around and sell, you know, because if you're turning places for a profit, you're in market value and you are creating wealth for yourself already and you're well beyond workforce housing. And why would you do that in the first place? You know, I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me.
That is the extreme.
That's extreme.
But I think
So-
I think that extreme matters in kind of relation to what we've been talking about.
To see what,
About people wanting to game the system or might make too much money or whatever. I'm happy for us to go across the spectrum of that too.
Do you wanna do another?
You know, so then, yeah, you gotta look at
I'm happy to make.
you gotta look at the low side where they're losing money, you know, as Dan pointed out, look at what part of the, that was, on the, 100% AMI 1 bedrooms, you know, the AMI chart minus last sales price. You know, in this situation, if we're not doing 60%, you know, beside the fact who's really gonna put that much into their place, you know, where are we at if we do those calculations? I feel like this is so far all over the board and everybody's situation
well, I
is
think the
different
ones
in
you,
there and I don't know that we're helping anybody.
the ones that are minus are probably ones like in that 1 bedroom.
So your 1 bedroom, to be honest, cause there's not a lot of 1 bedroom 100% AMIs, they are all of them except 2 are in Lake Point Drive. So they're all very unique restrictions that probably wouldn't even go into any restriction because theirs is so unique. But that was just the only ones we had for 1-bedroom examples, because there's not a whole lot of 1-bedroom. There's also one on Main Street that we have right now, next door to Town Hall. Is a 1-bedroom, 100% AMI, and then we also have one on Galena Street behind us that's in the examples. So you're not looking at, those are all townhome condo setups for all of those.
So on
They
these,
also have to pay dues, they gotta pay assessments.
That's why I wanted to note they have the
They have no
townhome
choice, they don't
condos.
get to, get depreciation for their, the stuff on the building.
But they would get
You know.
assessments.
they do get assessments.
We count assessments as capital improvements.
Yeah.
Well, sure, if they were to improve the inside of their unit.
No,
We
but now
count,
they have a
count
roof.
special assessments.
Oh, yeah?
New
Yeah.
roof, new stuff on, new boiler or
With,
something.
if they can show us the breakdown of how their money is specifically going to that, we know that.
Okay, well, that's good.
No, yeah,
I
I just
didn't
found
think
that
that
out.
was gonna be the case, but
So Katie, just as an example, going back to the 100% 3 bedrooms. The one that's the oldest or the longest owned unit,
the 199?
Yeah.
700?
200,000.
Bedroom, the one that has been owned the longest is the top one. It's been owned for 231 months. And then the last 2 on that 3-bedroom, 100% chart.
no, I just wanted you to go
Okay.
through the same example.
Oh, same one, sorry, got it, okay. Alright, so taking the top one in the 3-bedroom, 100.
Isn't it kind of amazing with 1-bedroom, the sale, and then the 3-bedroom? That we're looking at right now, the prices of them.
Prices are shocking.
It's lower,
Yeah.
Well,
right?
Nice.
Well, because when they bought, the AMI scale was lower at the time. And, and that was a long time ago, and now we're attaching them, we're forcing them to be stuck to the AMI scale of which they bought instead of the AMI scale of today. That's where it's like
Well,
we're
but
subsidizing.
it also cost a lot less to produce that unit back when it was built than it does now.
It sure did, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I have a question.
That's true
Maybe this
too.
will help us decide which direction to go in. But are we all open to the idea of removing the AMI chart from resale calculations?
I am.
I'm not convinced.
Even if we added 7% a year? Like are you stuck
I'm
with
not
this
trying to, I'm
idea?
not trying to go out and
I
make
feel
money
like
for any
it's-
individual. That's not the way I see it. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
No,
then
no,
why,
no.
I guess I'm curious why you're so adamant about sticking with the AMI chart.
I'm not sure that it's all broken as it is, and this is where it's like, if we went greater then we don't worry about the AMI chart being underneath it. If the AMI chart is over the 3%, then they get the more. That was the bottom line question that they asked for in the first place.
They asked to not
We-
devalue their homes.
Well, yes, they did ask to not devalue their homes. This way is how they asked.
Mhm.
And so that's why I'm stuck on it, because we're not giving anybody what they want that way. We're giving, in your mind, we're giving them something better than they have as far as you understand it, right? And as far as I understand it, right? But we don't live it. And, so I'm not attached to it, you're not attached to it as they are. And it's like, if they don't see, and I haven't talked to anybody about 4% yet, because we didn't see the chart and everybody was like, oh, well, that's new information and I don't know, and so maybe that's where, let's put the question out, but then we start asking questions and this is one of those things that we've done over the years where we have to ask questions and then we all decide that we're going in a different direction anyway and whatnot. It's like, it doesn't matter necessarily, so, how are we asking the public and how are we putting this forward, and if the way to do that is via draft, then so be it.
And the reason I think the draft is important to answer that question is just what Katie was talking about at the beginning. People call in to ask for what their calculation is. They might fall under their original deed restriction, they might have opted into the 2019 deed restriction, they might be considering opting into the 2019 deed restriction. Until they have something in front of them to calculate against their situation, how do they form an opinion?
It's, how do we form an opinion? It's one of those things, like,
But you're having to deal with it from a policy level, which is different than owning and considering different deed
Sure,
restrictions and how
yeah.
it applies to your specific situation.
yes,
And, I can't determine whether a draft is produced or not. That's your guys' determination. But
yeah, and the policy decision on our plate right now is, is this necessary? Are we enacting legislation that needs to happen right at this moment? Does it help anybody? Does it not help
I
anybody?
don't think we're enacting anything.
And all this, if we go forward with this and then come out with a draft, and then it goes to first reading.
it doesn't have to go to first
No,
reading.
no, I think.
Well, of course, we can turn it down then, but here's the thing, is like, we
No,
can't
we
turn
go
it
to
down
public.
anytime before that,
But can, I just so we can like maybe have the best use of our time, like back to that question that I asked, are you open to removing the AMI chart from resale calculations? Like, does any of this look appealing?
I am open to asking the public if that's what they want, if they're good with that. I am not open to saying I don't want the AMI calculations in there because the four of us decided that that's what it should be. That I'm not willing to do, right?
But you're open to
So if you want,
idea.
if you three decide that we are removing the AMI chart, then that's fine. And I'm fine asking the public what the public wants. But the thing is we are arbitrarily coming up with what these things are. And so like, fine, let's ask the public then, and let's listen to what the public has to say. Because the thing is the public came forward to us and we are addressing it in very different ways than what they asked for.
Yeah, they came to us with a problem and we are coming up with a solution that is not the one they asked for, but it is a different solution.
Right,
Which I think is probably what our job is supposed to be, not necessarily just giving folks exactly what they asked for, but looking the bird's eye view, what might be the best solution for everybody and coming up with another idea. That's why I'm asking, are we open to this idea of maybe not having an AMI chart? Because if we are, then I feel like there's room to come up with something. If we're not, maybe we're wasting our time.
Well, Robin, what would be your argument for not having an AMI chart versus going up to 7%? I mean, what's your mission?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the idea of 7%. I'm just saying, like, is there room for a conversation here? I like the idea of maybe compromising a little bit on the 3% to a higher number and then not having the AMI chart as a cap, because that is the problem that our constituents came to us with. That AMI chart was a cap, that cap was enacted because of the AMI chart and interest rates and all these things, and we don't want that to happen again. Like, let's say next year, our AMI chart comes out and the numbers are significantly lower and we don't come up with anything right now, people are gonna be really pissed, I think.
I think the constituency that came up to us, their requested solution was just to change the wording, which effectively defeats the issue of the AMI.
correct.
Yeah, they came with a
If we make a
solution.
decision just to change the wording. But this debate has gone on to many other issues. And that's where it gets complicated for me. And that's where I start to think, well, maybe we do need more time to let people soak in what's really going on. Because there is definitely constituents out there that is not happy that we have taken what their request to council was and turned it in, which, by the way, I'm okay with where we've gone with it, like a bigger discussion for future properties. But they're not happy with it's turned into all these different things now. And at some point, I do feel I owe it to the people who originally brought it to council to at least be thorough, if we're not going to just address their issue with one decision which they wanted, then I feel we have to be as thorough as possible. And if that debate lingers on, and if someone wanted to sell this September and they're gonna not benefit like they would if we would have made that change, I'd have to be okay with that.
Has the council, I don't think you have this, but I'm asking in case I can't remember right. Have the current four of you actually said your opinion on the request from the letter from January 23, I think it was?
The letter,
The original request.
We were
that's been
split
sent a
half
few
and
more
half and
times.
half,
Split.
these four were split half.
So maybe that's what the public wants to hear,
okay,
is from what Martin just said, is that they also maybe haven't heard an answer to their request, cause it's turned into different options, which I think means it maybe wasn't fully supported, but maybe that's something that the
I
council
think Katie
needs
makes
to
a good
see.
point. And that there's been so many discussions too, no one's,
It's
following
in every
everything.
like memo, hey, remember this is where it came from, I know that they're sending a letter every couple of months to remind you, but maybe the council should just also say what they think about that specific
I'll start by
request.
just saying that I stand at the same point where I did, where I'm okay with whichever is greater. If that's what we're talking about, that's what you're talking about, Katie, right? The original discussion.
I would agree.
And when that started
That was
too,
that original, the whole original.
yeah, that was the original.
And I stand by
2023.
what I stand by kind of what I said.
You were against that.
Yeah.
I think that changing to that language is, yes, a solution to what they asked for, but I don't think it's the most responsible solution considering our IGA and 5A funds of maintaining affordable housing projects.
So it's clear, there's not consensus on that request, so that request is not gonna move forward unless there should be a vote in a different meeting, not in a work session. I don't know.
Yeah, that request was already kind of null at this point because we've chosen to go in the different direction of removing the AMI.
But
So
since that request still came in this week again,
Oh, well,
feel like
there you
it's
go.
worth being, I mean,
Yeah,
it
so-
was forwarded to me after being sent to
Right.
the council.
So short,
In which case, wait, I gotta say.
we're probably asking the same thing.
In which case, if we cannot get beyond that issue, I feel like all the other issues are sticking a thorn in their side.
Well, but maybe you have gotten beyond that issue because there's not consensus support to support that position. The second part of that would then lead to, is there another proposal that you could agree to put into a draft? Or is it that
What,
proposal or
something we
nothing?
haven't considered at this point, or what?
You've been
Or what?
considering it today.
Okay, well,
Or is it that proposal or nothing?
well, the question was that proposal or nothing, and that was
And you
my
don't have
answer to that.
consensus to go there.
Right, so I also don't think that if we're not addressing that in that way, then we should be rewriting everything else. I just don't think we should be at this point.
Wait, you said it both ways.
No. If we do not have consensus to move forward on the idea of greater than or lesser than, and then we just decide that we're moving forward with something completely different, I don't agree that we should be moving forward with
Okay,
anything
that
beyond that.
that I get.
Completely clear about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we're still 2-2, it's that only shores up my position that we're wasting our time to go any further into everything else. And so if we can choose
Well-
that,
Sorry,
sure,
it sounds like you're of the mindset that if we're not changing the language to the greater than, then this is a waste of time. Is that right?
Yep.
Martin, do you feel the same way?
I stand by my position that if I was to vote today, I would vote for greater than. And everything that's followed in the debate has been following from that original question.
If the town was to adopt a covenant for new units still coming online, it sounds like you might wanna keep it the same, the maximum resale value. From what Andy said, you're happy with how it is.
With the
Do you
greater
think
than.
any
No,
of those,
no, that's not what she's asking.
It's a lesser. It's the one they have, we're not fixing anything.
Yeah.
then do you think new units should have any of those other changes in town that you've heard people talk about? And those topics are kind of the main ones that you've heard, it's attachment 4. It's asset testing, capital improvements, real estate commission, income buffer, lottery, which is the resale method. That chart, do you think any of that warrants to be changed? Cause if you agree that it doesn't warrant to be changed after what was just talked about, then it's not worth moving forward, it sounds like. Just trying to bring you together here, but if any of these topics are worth having in a standard covenant for the town, different than they are in 2019, then I think you're moving on to the topic of a new covenant, which people could opt into, but it would primarily be for what you want out of town units that are built in the future.
Well, then, so it would effectively where we would be at where the constituency that brought this forward initially would just stay where they're at.
If they don't like the new one,
And in the new one, they could sign in,
if they want.
and if it was greater than in the new one, they would probably sign in. However, so you're kind of at, I guess, if we had two motions, and we don't really have motions right now, but two motions in front of us, I like some of the things we've talked about. I mean, there's some of the constituency that doesn't like lotteries, there's some that are, I'm a fan of the lottery system. But I realize there are a lot of people that don't like that. But I would vote for that right now, right? But if I guess Kitty, if you could re-clarify what you're asking, because I think you're asking, if we're voting for two different things, would that be acceptable? Like, in other words, or we leave, and we leave the peak 1 neighborhood, that's what we're talking about, just where they're at, but then we work on a separate policy where, okay, well, you can jump into this if you want, but we don't even know where we're going with the either or on that. And to me, that kind of, I think at some point, we do owe an answer, I mean, that's where you're going with this, to the constituency that brought this up. And I don't think that would be the answer, I don't think that would be an answer, other than, no, we're not doing anything on you, and you can see what we come out on the other end with.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I
It is an answer, but.
yeah, and I don't have an answer, I'm more asking the question for future units.
right, no, I like your question, I like the way you phrased it.
Is what you have good, or what the town has in 2019 good, or do these topics that you heard on how other towns do it, how other people are doing it, that we've heard good and bad of, there's no one who has, you're not gonna ever get 100% agreement on anything.
Absolutely.
I think we can all agree to that.
You know what I want?
Well, we gotta agree that there's like 4 or 5 people that are coming out of the covenants that we're talking about that are not happy with it.
That are very active.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about, 4 or 5?
But there's the
I
other
think
people that are
there's
in, there are some, 4 or 5, but we have 155 units.
4 or 5 was what? The only people that were in support of the greater than?
Well, a lot
That
of
was
people,
not the case. There were 25 at least people that showed up. There was their entire HOA asked for the same thing as well. And so like, we got the HOA to say that because Andy Aronson said, without the HOA's support, we can't even go there. And then the HOA supported it, and then we still wouldn't even go
on the
there.
peak 1 neighborhood.
Yeah. Right, they wrote a letter from the HOA, fully supporting the verbiage of greater than.
Yep.
You know, and you know, if we're choosing to do something completely different, then so be it, and then you offer it to them, and if they all choose not to opt in, then that's the way it's gonna be. And, you know, maybe you keep the 2019 for them, but again, then it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing in the first place? Why are we even doing it?
Except that it could apply to future units too,
Sure.
if you believe in it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that's
this
up
is
to
the
you.
thing, if you believe in it, I don't believe in what we're doing here necessarily. I mean, you wanna talk about every one of those other things, asset testing or asset limitations and or real estate purchases and all that. I'm gonna go opposite from what all of that is, and I'm gonna give the people living there the most ability to grow wealth that they can make, right? So like, we're gonna end up turning that stuff around, or I would. I don't know what you guys would do there. You know, but that's the way that is, like And at this point, Zach just bought in at the 2019, he didn't have any complaints, you know? I mean, like, he was excited to be able to buy in,
Mhm.
right? The way he bought in, right? And, you know, again, are we creating something that, who is it gonna benefit and what's it gonna help and whatnot? If we have to come together to have something for people to approve or not approve that they haven't been following along on at this point for 9 meetings, you know. So I don't know, so where are we gonna go, where do we go from here? Cause now we have all these other questions, right? So we haven't agreed, we're split completely on the first question, which was the basis, right? And then we're gonna be split on about 10 other questions in there, because
No, you
that's
came,
just where we
you've
were.
come to conclusions along the way on those other questions.
But the
Some of
tie is
them.
the big one.
Some of them, what's
We're
that?
tied at the big one, the anchor.
Yeah, sure, we're tied at the big one, we're tied at some of those other ones.
And we're
as
tied
well.
to some of the other ones too.
You know, I mean, it's.
To me, I like the idea of streamlining. You know, I like the idea of looking across the footprint and streamlining, sorry. But that is not what the constituency who first brought this to us wanted. They weren't looking to streamline. So I can see two different things. Do we then make a decision for the constituency out at Peak One that has brought this forward? It's only Peak One, right? I haven't received any questions about this from.
You've had a couple of public comments at the meetings that have been from people who do not live in Peak One.
Yeah, and actually they were kind of counter, I
There's been, I
believe,
can think
too.
of 3 off my head, I don't know if that's.
Yeah, and they were kind of counter, I believe, which their voice is important, and I mean that. So, you know, do we want to bring forth a motion for Peak One and start a debate on that? Okay. But, I mean, why, is my question. Because right now, we're all tied on the anchor decision, right, the start. So, am I wrong on that? If I don't have my logic
We
straight,
can't just
please.
talk about this for Peak One.
What's that?
We're not even allowed to just talk about this for Peak One, right?
Of course not. Well, it could be a
Like,
separate thing. is what I'm
It has
saying.
to be
I think you would have,
broad,
I think you would have to offer
Yeah.
the same
right,
company.
But again, you're not
You would almost
forcing,
like that.
you're not forcing it.
we're not
No, you're not
forcing
forcing
anybody.
Everything is opt-in.
Well, that then could we, I mean, as council, could we then have a whole separate issue going on where we're only addressing, well, we can't do that, right?
No, I think any alternative covenant that you were to offer
Has
as
to be
a
offered.
replacement would,
Has to be for everything.
you would raise, I think, equal
So I
protection
think
claims if you did.
For me, and I'll try and wrap it up for my position, we're stuck at a tie. So if we're stuck at a tie, I'm not sure, what that means is, we have 4 council members because of the nature of this debate. We don't know who's gonna be on council in
If,
April, right?
by the time we get public comment,
We might be stuck in the same situation. But at that point, we might be in a situation where we're not stuck on a tie. And I think that's what I'm thinking.
yeah.
That's why I'm okay with tabling more than anything. And I'm not sure, again, if my logic, hit me on my logic if it's off. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying that's my position.
But wouldn't it again give
Of course,
us,
it is present again.
wouldn't it give us time to get public input by April and then,
That doesn't bother me at all, yeah.
yeah, you know?
By tabling, I do mean that. I mean, let people continue to comment. I'm just not so sure we need to continue to have work sessions, and I'm not sure we need a statement.
Well, this was the last one, I think, last work session.
Well, I don't think if we move
Well,
forward.
for right now.
It
need to
ideally
get it
was
right.
gonna be
It's
the
not-
last
it's not the
work
last.
session.
You know, it's not the last one, but it's the last one, we're getting to the end and then we can get maybe a draft and public input.
Well, I mean, a
I
draft.
know it's not the last one. We're
And
gonna
again-
be- I'm gonna be out of office by the time we figure out this. You know,
Probably.
Be gone,
But, and then this is sort of the thing,
So-
then why should we be doing this?
because that can is growing legs. And it's running.
It's running faster than we can kick it, yeah. It's running faster than we can kick it.
So, okay,
I mean, if
Guys killing me.
is the
Yeah,
idea,
totally.
is the idea, we will wrap this up, have staff put together a statement of what would be debated, what the, because right now the council's still tied on so much stuff.
Well, I don't know, do you wanna, or, you know, we have 20 minutes left. Are we, do we run down that list and say asset limitations, no asset limitations? Do you wanna do that? And
No.
like, go down that list, or, I mean,
I think put it on the way we have it.
I take direction from you.
We're looking at you.
The only, if I am understanding everything correctly, the only thing we are tied on is resale calculations, and we haven't decided on QCIs, is that correct?
Everything that's been analyzed so far had a 3-to-1 during the discussion. So correct, it wasn't, none of those options were tied, but I think a couple of them, people expressed that they weren't positive, but they agreed to something to keep it moving, and because they could be on board, but they wanted to see how everything connected before they, because I think we kept addressing, we're always gonna have to go back to these when the whole thing is done.
So really, I mean, if that's correct, and you looked at resale calculation and QCIs, you could put a line in the sand today. It may not be what you'd support in the end.
It might not be what I wanted.
It might not be that, but you
Everybody's
can
not
put a
gonna get
line
it.
in the sand and say, Katie and Thad, go draft an example that people can look at.
But I think at this point, we wouldn't change the resale calc unless we're given direction.
No, they could.
Oh,
They
if come
could,
up
they
with
could propose something to get public input on it.
Got it, okay.
It's not what the Peak One HOA asked for necessarily, but it's a start for public comment.
Tom might be more optimistic that you're gonna have 3 on the same agreement. I like it.
I mean, if I were in your shoes, I'm not in your shoes. But if I were,
Whose shoes?
I would,
Katie's or ours?
if I were in your shoes, I'd say 3.5% and 20% cap. Go draft.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
it's so arbitrary.
Thompson Robinson.
It is, but it's a place to evaluate from.
And you, like you said, you don't know what our constituents have to say about this.
I have a feeling I know what they're gonna say, after being through this for this amount of time.
Well, it's-
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
feel like
That is an
that's fine,
assumption. That
I
is an
don't mind
assumption.
asking the public, you know, but what if you don't get the answer you don't want, you know, I mean, like,
That's information.
well, yeah, but the problem is like how we act on it or not.
Yeah.
I can tell you very much in the past, as soon as you start asking and you put it out there, then you gotta be ready to go with what the public wants.
Well, we,
I don't
wait
have
for the
a,
next election.
well, I don't have a problem with that, but if we
Wait for
put
the
it,
next election,
I think we
that's
can
what
put a
I'm saying in the
statement out
first
too.
place.
I think when you put a statement out too, and it says something like 3.5 and 20, right? I think there's a perception when those kind of things go out that this is what the council is agreeing to. That's why we're putting it out.
Maybe.
And I'm not
put a
sure
thing.
what that's, to me, like Andy just said, it's kind of and it doesn't have to be that, but it's kind of arbitrary. We're just throwing something out to throw something out. Versus the debate is out there. The videos are on YouTube, the packets are online. The information is out there. So to me, do we need that, or do we just need time to let people do their due diligence and give us information? I'm agreeing with you, Robbie. All the information in the world will be just enough for me, right? I mean, I'm fine with more information, but we can't get stymied by it, in my view, too. And I feel we're dangerously close to that.
I mean, it would also give the opportunity for you guys to read through something
Mhm.
and evaluate it.
We've got plenty to read through, I've been reading through
Well, but
of this.
all this information in the form it comes, and it's wonderful information that staff has put together. But it's not a document that you can actually read and evaluate.
But now we're having them to debate and agree on the document, right?
Or a draft. I mean, and I understand I understand that there's political risk to that too. That is you're expressing that very well, in that it sounds like if you put something out, even if it doesn't have a resolution tied to it, it sounds like, well, this is the direction council's going. I
Very
get
much so.
it, I get it, and that's a risk. There's
Or,
no doubt
you
about
know,
it.
I mean,
Can we
that
say
is-
this is the direction, but we can't come up when we need public input? You know, we are stymied, you know, put it the way it is. We're stymied in a 2-to-2, or 3-1, and we are looking for public input to kind of, to help us move along and making different decisions, you know? Cause it would help me if, you know, a bunch of people come back and say, I don't like that, well, you know, then it could change my mind, you know, saying, well, I'm hearing a lot that they don't like that, you know? But if I hear, you know, people coming back, no, we just want this, then, you know, of course I'm, you know, not there, you know? If we're gonna fix it, we're gonna fix a couple of things, we're not fixing one word.
Katie, could you go back and give the example you gave again of what that would look like? You know, I know you just kind of pulled it out
The
as an
map,
example. Yeah.
and actually I did the other one that Serena had asked. Okay, so the 3-bedroom, 100% AMI could sell for, with, 3-bedroom, 100% AMI, if they get 3.25% per year, keep in mind they've only owned for that less than 2 years, but, with 60% capital improvements, they could sell for $534,838, and that is about 40,000 over the number on the AMI
course.
chart.
Of course, we're speaking in an extreme situation here. I think it's good to look at that extreme, because you can then go backwards from that into Andy's original points of time ago. Another meeting, one of the other meetings that we're not ultimately, you know, talking about a fortune. You know, one of the things, just, I wanna be clear about what kind of my underlying mission is when it comes to deed restriction, not workforce housing, apartments with deed restriction. To me, deed restriction is not, man, so having been one of those people that worked for the bare minimum wage in this county, I am happy we're beginning to build workforce housing for them, you know, apartments. But deed restriction is never going to be in the price range for those people at that wage. They might have, you know, some pocket, they might save their money, whatever. It just isn't. So to me, what I'm looking for are two things: affordability for middle class, upper middle class professionals in this county, but also movement so they can move in, not stagnation. And without some type of profit margin on the back end, that might sound like a lot to us all, you know? But when you're looking at the market and the reality of what's gonna make someone sell, if you don't have a seller and a buyer, you know, and so what I'm looking for is where is that in all of this? Where is that ground to be the fairest for the middle class people we need, right? Our teachers, policemen, police officers, fire folks, EMS, the whole thing, right? Doctors, you know? We've gotten so ridiculous, can't really even find a place to live sometimes. That's what I just want everyone to know, that's what I'm thinking in the back of my mind when I'm tossing this stuff around. I don't know if that helps, but that's my view.
Well, the other end of that is being a renter for the rest of your life and paying the landlord. So they're not making anything, that money's just going in,
No,
so,
there's nothing wrong with people renting.
no, it's not at all.
I mean, renting's
Not at all.
perfectly, you don't have to replace your boiler, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything, but you're not building.
You're not, no, I mean, I've been a renter.
You're not
Yes,
building up anything.
I've always been a landlord.
I know, so there you go, stop keeping
Calm
me down.
I'm trying to bring those people up to get them out of that
I just,
and do their own equity and get their own,
Yeah.
building their own wealth, even at 3%,
and that's why
you know?
I'm circling back to kind of what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm not saying we all have to go around the table, I'd be happy to hear it, we're running out of time. But that's what I think about. I'm not trying to find to keep it as inexpensive as possible for the people coming in. Because I want the people coming in to have a place to come into. You know, and there's just some of these numbers we've seen, they're just, you know, I mean, obviously if you've got a new job, you're moving somewhere else. But right now, these numbers we're looking at that extreme of 60%, that's not gonna get you a market house in this town. You're not even touching it,
Well,
you know?
So I
we're
appreciate.
not trying to do that.
Anyway, so,
Yeah,
that's all.
I appreciate what you're saying, Martin, I think that's a really important point to know, like, what is the motivation, at least that you have behind this. The reason why I like the idea of raising the percentage, removing the AMI chart, is that it is an in-between of what you just described. There will, like with 3.5% versus 3%, you will get more money. There is more, and the current deed restriction caps at that AMI chart level. So if we remove that cap, bump up the percentage points just a little bit, I see that as a compromise of we are increasing values, we're not devaluing homes, and we're also keeping it a relatively attainable to the people coming in. Because I love that we're talking about constituents and like, what do they actually want? I think it's important to note that the voices that we're hearing are the people that own homes. We're not hearing the voices of somebody who might come buy a property in the next 3 years. They're not gonna be
that's a
the
good point,
ones
Rob.
that are gonna come here and talk about this because frankly, they're probably just trying to survive. And that's why I think we need to be really mindful about who we're listening to. Are we just gonna give the Peak One HOA what they've asked for, or are we gonna think about what are the voices that we're not hearing, what might they want, and how can we find something in between?
I think you're coming up with conjecture of who these voices are that we're not hearing, because I hear voices. You know, I mean, this is the thing, it's like, I'm not just, I hear voices, I hear dead people. You know, this is the thing, it's like, there's not people lining up that are saying, this is not, you know, that we're giving them.
How many people have you talked to about this topic that don't live in deed restricted housing, or maybe aren't even actively trying to get into deed restricted housing?
Most of the people I've talked to about this topic live in deed restricted housing because they're all very concerned about how we're gonna affect
And
their potential future,
that is the voice that you're hearing.
And that is the voice that I'm hearing.
There's
And so
another
the
voice.
people that happen to be landlords and are more concerned about the money they're making off of their renters and everything else, that has nothing to do with people that are renting and they wouldn't be able to get into workforce housing because why? You know, I mean, this is like what you're saying, like as things are set up right now, you go to Smith Ranch and you're getting a 2-bedroom for $800,000. You know, I mean, like it's still, the bottom line is people renting will still spend whatever they can, ask Zach, right? And I know we can't right now, but the bottom line was, didn't matter what Zach was signing there, you know, he wanted a unit, he was gonna get into that unit no matter what, right? And he took that 2019 happily, right? He took it happily. He was not complaining at all, right? He was renting before that, $4,000 a month for a 3-bedroom, you know, is what he was paying. And so like you were saying, like somebody renting is not gonna be able to go and move up, like that's just not the case. You know, in the next 3 years, for sure. You actually said that, I would hope in 3 years I could, you know,
I think maybe
afford one of these places.
what we're not on the same page about is that there are other people involved that this decision impacts that aren't speaking out. And you said for yourself,
Right, but we can't just guess what these people want. We can only base it off of the people that show up and say what they want. Like, then you're just like making things up for the people who haven't shown
this is-
up and haven't said anything, like
deed restricted
I'm
housing.
sorry, I just cannot agree with that.
Deed restricted housing, we started with 5A funds, these are taxpayer dollars.
Yeah,
We need to look at just not everybody, we need to look at what other people might think who this is for, rather than just the people who are living in deed restricted housing. I mean, we can agree to disagree. I
we
think
can agree
there's
to
two
disagree,
sides to this.
very much so, because the thing is like there are plenty of market value people who have an opinion on deed restriction, you know, and and there are plenty of second homeowners here who also have an opinion on deed restriction, but that's not my constituency. 100%. You know, so I mean
If they
like,
live in this county and they pay if they live in this town and they pay taxes, that is.
if they're second homeowners, they don't, you know, they pay taxes, but they don't live here full-time,
If
and they don't vote here, they're not my constituency.
them do
I am
vote
not
here.
concerned about those
Is
people.
it okay, this is.
You know, and that's fine, and we can agree to disagree. But the thing is you're coming up with conjecture. I mean, the bottom line is you're saying like, well, the people who don't show up, they have opinions too.
I
And it's
think
like, we can't just guess off of opinions that, you know, I'm sorry, I just have to completely disagree with you there, like, and we can agree to disagree, and that can be that, but
Dan, what
I,
would
I think what she's saying though too is people who wanna get into deed restricted and are waiting 2 or 3 years like you and stuff, you know, if you're waiting a couple of years down the road, you know, those people
Who
aren't
knows,
coming up
but-
and saying whether this greater or lesser than is for them because they're not in the market yet, you know?
And what
You know,
I'm saying
so-
is anybody
That's what I
who's
think.
dying to get in is going to get in at whatever level they can get in, period. Period, doesn't matter. If it's $350, or if it's $420, or if it's, you know, whatever increment in there, the bottom line is they are gonna take it and they're gonna scoop it up as best they can.
Well,
You know,
then we
the
should
only
make the
thing that
document
came
better.
up was what they got, and that's what they got.
I mean, I disagree. I think there are people that try to get deed restricted housing that maybe even are offered a deed restricted house that cannot afford it and therefore need to pull out. That happens.
Then that is also a very different part of the conversation. These are like a lower AMI level unit. If you can't afford it and you're at 100% AMI, but still you can't afford it, like, we haven't gotten to anything that says at 100% AMI, we're trying to offer somebody a unit that they can't afford.
Well, you did with the income buffer by recognizing.
Well, the income buffer was one of those issues within there. And so it's like, how many of these chess pieces are we gonna move around so that in the end, it's the income buffer that's gonna put you over the top? You know, I mean, it's like,
I
we
think, you know,
are arbitrarily moving chess pieces around.
to
the
me, what Robin brings up are two things of interest to me. One, yes, if we get rid of everything and just put a cap on it, 3.25 or whatever we decide, that certainly gives clarity to market, right? That certainly gives the people who are buying pretty much what they know they're gonna sell for at any given moment, and people who are looking to buy one day, what they are looking probably to buy. You know, again, it gives clarity to market, but it's a skewed market to begin with, but it's still a market. You have to have a buyer, you have to have a seller. And then the bigger market is a part of that too. Wage inflation or wage deflation, market pricing or not, market pricing. So to me, I like a little bit of the variability of the AMI, although it's flawed, very flawed. But I like that's why I tend towards whichever is greater. Because sometimes, you know, both of those are gonna go down, right? As far as how the rest of the market has performed. But the other thing I wanted, so that's my position on that. The other thing I would say, at least for me, I have actually gone out of my way to talk to people who are not in Peak One. And I'll tell you, they fall into 3 types of conversations. One are people I know, and some of them work for departments under me that I soon, the days are counting by that they will no longer work for me. But you know, people that I know are good people, and look, they're paid pretty good wages, and but not enough for a market home. So I'm constantly trying to push them to lotteries and deed restriction. So I talk to them and get their opinions, because that's the voice I think I hear you talking about. And so I do listen to that, and I do take that into consideration. It's not just Peak One has my complete attention. The other constituency I talk to are people who moved here, kind of like when I did, when Andy did, when Kivy did, and are homeowners, and they got in when you had to make a choice when Peak One was built. A lot of people made that choice. Do I move into a smaller place? Or do I move into a nice brand new home under Mount Royal? I'm gonna go with the smaller place, and I could, you know, and their position is very clear. You know, I haven't talked to any second homeowners, so. I just wanted to throw that out there. I think you've got a point. I mean, I hear your point. I just want you to know that, and I do agree that it shouldn't just be the people that are just emailing us that we listen to, because we do have an obligation to keep these sustainable. And that goes back to my bottom line is I want people to move in and I want people to move out. That's what I'm trying to facilitate. That's my position overall.
Okay,
I don't know if that helps.
so
So
we're,
can we come to
we're
a,
partially out of time, so what do we wanna do?
can we look at a 3.5 and do 40 or 20%? And get a draft on that, which, what could we kind of, to get a draft?
Well, if you're asking me if it bothers me that a draft goes out, I'm not making the draft. All right,
So
but I,
your
We
name-
are
Your name is on it.
We're
But I'm,
probably gonna deliver it to the four of you first.
but I do know what will happen is there will be a view in the public, and that's okay, I'll answer every email that comes to me,
Yeah.
every phone call. But there will be a view in the public that the council has decided this is the path forward. And it's clear to me the council has not decided this is the path
Well,
forward.
then that's what's important to you.
Well, if they've been watching these meetings, they can, obviously, they've been seeing it.
Look, you know,
that
like,
we need a little kick in the butt, or we need some help in making these decisions, and they're the people that are gonna help
I don't
us.
think the draft, I just don't think the draft is gonna pull too many people out of that. It could, Dan.
We could
But I
go
mean,
house to house with it, me and you, walk around the neighborhood.
I'll tell you what, you
talk
can do
to house
that
to
every
house.
day of the
Time
week.
to get one.
God, you got
Any day of
time.
the week, you don't need anything else to go house to house and bring that around.
So I
Well,
will,
we need the draft for you to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I will now let,
And I
I
would
wanna say
go,
another word because I think we need to get some.
Well, but
Alright,
it sounds like two of you want a draft. Am I making the right assumption?
yes, I want a draft.
Is there a third that would accept a draft?
Is there a third that would accept one? Yes, there's a third that would accept one. There's a third that wants one? No.
Oh, well,
And there's
I
a
mean,
big difference.
Yeah,
Well,
there is.
that's why we're asking.
would you accept one?
Yes, I would accept a draft.
So there you go, there's your answer.
Now, can we come up with a decision on the calculation?
No.
What do you mean on the calculation?
Well, on the
What's it put?
3.25, 4%.
Well, why don't we do a
20,
draft? Why don't we do a draft? Like, we're picking something arbitrary, and that's what, Andy, I think, was alluding to, correct me if I'm wrong. But why don't we make a draft where, okay, it's gonna be whichever is greater. And everything falls under that in the draft. So that's where that's the anchor point. So why don't we have a draft where it just says, this is where this starts from, and then all the other issues, the 3 to 1s in there. Like, why don't we pick that versus 3.25? Why are we picking 3.25? Is that right? Am I?
3.5.
3.5.
Uh,
But I mean, does that make sense to what I'm
Ask-
saying?
say anything, I think my concern with that is that earlier in the meeting, that didn't have consensus at all. So do you wanna even put in a draft something that you've already
right, we're
said
2 on
is
that
2 to
idea.
2?
Well, that's my point is, but we're not, we're 2 to 2. That's the anchor topic. We're not 2 to 2 on 3.5 or either or. We're 2
Well,
to 2
what
on
you're
the-
really, the anchor point of 3.5 and some cap percentage, and that's whether you get rid of the AMI tie
Right.
on resale.
Right.
So if you're okay producing a draft that doesn't tie to an AMI cap on resale, you just have to tell us.
If you want, in my position, my perspective, I should
Want a
say,
draft,
if you want a draft and you want me to come back when you issue me that draft and say, I would like to see this with the variable that we originally started with, greater or. Like, that's where I'm at. Put out a draft of 3.5, I don't approve of 3.25 or 3.5, that's not where I'm at,
So you're still with AMI tie.
yes.
Okay.
Now, Andy, are you still with AMI?
I am, because
Because it's getting
it's getting more and more
And
complicated.
if that's, if,
And we're
you
going
know,
more and
if
more
that's
around
the
circles.
division, then it may not be worth. I don't know, I
Yeah, I know.
don't know if it's worth it or not, you'd have to ask your colleagues.
You know, I'm totally fine asking the public, but, but giving them one option and saying, let's ask the public, you're not gonna get an answer.
Right, because we're not asking a multiple choice question to the public. We're putting out a statement that has one particular thing on it.
Right, it's a
That people
decision.
will perceive it, I'm not worried, about, and there is a political aspect
Yeah,
of that.
I get it.
But, that's what people will perceive, but that's not what the council is talking about. The council actually is not talking about doing 3.5 right now. We've talked
No,
about
but
it,
we're
but we're not
about to put out
talking about,
something.
yeah,
Well, you had 2 council members that were,
that's my thing, as a,
but
so
you're
you put
not in
out 2
consensus.
statements is my
But
point.
2 doesn't
You
make
put out 2 statements.
a democratic decision.
If you're trying to engender discussion, why not put out a draft with multiple alternatives on the same topic?
Well,
I think we were all
Here's what this
trying
says,
to
here's what this
say
says,
that.
if you go
Then
from lesser than to
multiples-
greater than. Here's what this says, if all of the language is removed and you go to 3.25, here's what it says if. You want a discussion, there's a way to engender a discussion. Put
That
various
sounds fine
options
to
in
me.
front of the people that you wanna hear from about it and in front of yourself so that you can look at it in black and white and debate it that way.
Well, I agree with that, I just, in that, I don't have that, that's,
I agree with that too. I feel like we are not willing to put out the greater than discussion. I feel like
no,
we as a
I think
body-
Thad was suggesting that you put out both.
That is suggesting
Yeah.
that.
And
And I'm saying
But
that
if there's just
we
not-
haven't gotten there
Okay.
because I have felt that the, opinions of, our entire operation here is going away from that other than the 2 of us. And so I would agree with that if we're gonna put something out, then let's put something out that has that option in there, as opposed to just,
that's fine with me.
the need,
And
but
it would have be
I
with
mean, there's a-
asset testing and all
I would
that.
presume it would be something that would, that's
See,
the
that's-
thing.
that's all
Yeah,
more-
I'm just talking about this one issue, you guys.
Oh, yeah,
oh, gosh.
If we're gonna go back through and put multiple options on
Yeah, you
the
just
various
don't.
issues, now we're gonna need another.
So, let me propose it a different way then. A draft that has an option higher of 3.5, those are the 2 options.
and that's what you want is the 3.5 number, to be fair, because you could have multiple. 3.5, 4.0.
Yeah,
And then,
Yeah.
and then included with that 3.5 option is some cap on capital improvements. The other option has a cap already associated with it, cause it's the higher of.
Yeah, agreed.
Wait, a greater of wouldn't have a cap.
No, it does, it
does.
can't go over the greater of.
Yeah, by default.
Right.
But you never know the greater of, we couldn't do any math because we don't have a capital improvements, because it would be.
No, you don't have to do math
No,
on
there
it,
will
this is
be
gonna
no-
be an evaluation by the public.
Okay, so greater of plus unlimited capital improvements, right? Because that's the request that you have before.
The greater
You're
of
taking it
wouldn't
beyond
come with
the one
asset
option.
testing.
I'm not clear on that one.
Well,
I believe the request that the council started with was the greater of 3.
but I don't think anybody's working to get to an exact answer to the request. I think they're working to get to their options as a decision-making group that the public can respond to, so, I mean, unless we're gonna go back, I mean, as you said, you had 3 on various other topics, one of which was soft oftentimes, right? If you go back and you reopen those and you say, well, we could put options 1, 2, and 3, you're gonna get a yes to those.
Yeah.
So I guess my point is, how much brain damage you wanna make by optionality? There's clearly not consensus on this issue. You need to present it as, and either this or that, or it stays the same. On the others where you have a general consensus, do you really wanna go back and reopen the discussion to that level?
I don't think so.
No.
Because I think you will increase the drafting task by about tenfold.
Sorry, I'm
Right.
actually just trying to understand what the second option was.
Right, no, I understand, but the second, but your question on the second option brought it immediately to an adjunct issue, which was capital improvement.
And all that was, the second option, which is what the HOA asked for,
Yeah.
was simply a change from the lesser of to the greater of. Am I articulating that correct, Andy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I thought it included.
it did not include anything about capital improvements.
It didn't include anything else, and that was how then we ended up going down the road of everything else.
Alright.
And so the idea was that if we were going greater than, we weren't gonna
Then you
give
needed to
them.
Now, I don't have the
QCIs
HOA, I don't
and
have the
everything else.
HOA's letter in front of me, but that's my memory of it.
Yeah, we weren't gonna do all of the other things that we're trying to do to make it better for them, even though they don't know that it's better for them or something, you know, I mean, it's like,
Or better for the town.
or
as the
better
case
for the
may be.
town. Right, I don't really know how,
It's the town's policy, a deed restriction is a town policy.
yeah, it's our
So it has to be better, it has to be good for the town too, is all I'm saying.
So the letter,
Sure, in which case, like, what we're doing, is this better for the town? I mean, like,
It could be.
Okay, well,
Katie's looking at the
so the letter says, the HOA, Peak One HOA board proposes 3% appreciation plus qualified capital improvements or the SCHA max resale AMI price, whichever is greater.
Right.
So that's the second option.
But they already get the qualified capital, right, it's under 19, right?
What's that?
They
for
already
the
get-
lower AMI units, do they, on the 2019,
Yes.
still get the qualified capital?
Yeah, they're all eligible for qualified
Yes.
capital.
Uh,
That's
So,
one
I
of
mean,
the
I think
things
they said
that
it, but it's
confusing.
sort of a-
Gives them the thing
Yeah.
that they.
That's one of the big differences between the original deed restriction and the 2019.
Yeah. So I think there was just, they're not asking for any change there, they're just qualifying what they're saying.
I think we have enough, if you're okay with drafting with those two options, I think we have enough.
I'm okay with drafting with both options.
We just need to know the capital improvement to the first option.
20, 40, 60. Is that what you're asking?
I mean, if you can throw it all in the proposal.
You're right, or, yeah.
Oh wait, you want all three?
No.
All three gives too many variables.
Yeah.
Right.
I
I
mean,
mean, I guess where we danger
What
doing
would you
stuff,
take?
yeah.
20?
20, because it's 10 now, huh?
It's 10 now.
It's in the.
no, there is no.
There is no
There is no
ten.
ten.
There is no.
Right?
Or
Right,
20's fine.
there is none, yeah, so 20?
20.
20's fine.
Okay, there you go, there's the
Alright,
answer.
so there will be 2 drafts for you.
I didn't hear Robin though.
Robin
Yeah,
said
she
20.
says so.
Oh, I would
One
anticipate
draft
one draft
that'll
with
have options
optional
B,
language,
okay.
this is not gonna be a document that's gonna
That's
be able
got
to
it,
be
I'm gonna let
approved
you
at the
take
next.
it from here.
Well, I guess my
Okay,
point
good.
is, up till now, we've talked about creating a draft, bringing it to a regular meeting and perhaps acting on it. That's not gonna happen in the same meeting.
I think our process is probably gonna have to get
Yeah,
talked
so-
about from here forward.
So from that perspective, I'm not concerned about, here's this document ready for framing and here's this document ready for framing, decide. I'm talking about more of a discussion draft, because my humble prediction is that if and when this issue of optionality gets resolved, it will flow to other decisions. And the alignment may not be necessarily the same on those other decisions where they were before this decision gets made. Does that make sense?
So it's not a draft covenant, it's a draft of just the options.
So
Well,
the
I think
one
we can do
thing-
it in the form of the covenant, right? We can just, here's the existing language, here's proposal number 1 to change the existing language, right? Would be delete this, add this.
Got it,
Proposal
okay.
number 2, delete this and add this.
So we would
It's very
be-
much a working draft, it
Yeah.
would not be a,
And the one thing is, we have one meeting in November, one meeting in December, it's not gonna come up in those, we're not gonna have that packed right now. By the time we get public input,
It's gonna be.
January, February, then the elections come up. So at least we have a document though that we
Yeah,
have.
folks will be picking up, folks that wanna run will be picking up
That's a good
packets in
idea,
January.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so, you know, the timing still is, it's gonna, we're not gonna have this done by the election.
That's a good point. You get one every once in a while.
Oh,
You know.
gross. Okay,
Cause
can we
we're,
call it at that? Like, is everybody basically good with,
we're just asking you, are you good with it right now?
Oh, hey,
Are you
you know,
good with it?
and you know, it doesn't matter, because the
Yeah.
3 of you said you were good with
Yeah,
it, so it doesn't even matter if I'm good with it.
Okay,
You know, I am good with what Thad's talking about,
Okay.
I'm good with not coming out with a first ordinance draft.
Oh, no,
You know,
yeah.
in order
we're not saying that.
that, you know,
Yeah.
we're gonna lead people down. I am good with asking the
Okay.
public, you know, what we are gonna make decisions
And
on,
it's
so
a-
I am good with that.
And it's a complex enough topic that it was probably ambitious, that a draft with a resolution was gonna be the first thing that you looked at.
Yeah.
Well,
It's probably ambitious.
Yeah.
okay, alright, well,
Okay.
with that, we're gonna close this work session agenda item, and we'll go into agenda item number 2, Xcel Energy's Frisco Thermal Energy Network.
Thank you, Katie.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you.
Sorry, Rob, I got a little passionate there. I think-
You know, I got a tooth that needs a root now,
I got a
I
tooth.
just want you to pull it. If you
No,
guys would just
I feel
pull
like
it, the pain of the teeth pulled out would be better than.
And,
You guys just pulled it.
I know.
Can you pull this tooth out?
Oh my gosh.
I did.
Yes.
Okay, I got two. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, thanks, that kind of brought it all back around a little bit.
that might get us to that 2050 goal. So I am going to turn it over to my colleague David Potterson, but before I do that, this did come out of a legislative session. So this was driven by the state legislation. They asked us to explore 1 to 2 different pilot programs within the state using geothermal energy networks. There was a very, very, very competitive process. The town of Frisco was one of many communities that submitted a letter of interest for this project. And then we hired some consultants, we worked with them, put you guys along with your fellow communities, like I said to someone earlier, like your communities to the south, into the kind of the same box and said, okay, we're looking at this and this and this. And Frisco fell to the top 2. So we are looking at one of these projects down in the Denver metro area, and this is the second project that we are looking at in the state. So it is very, very exciting. Again, for someone who has been living, working, and playing in this community for probably way too long, I'm really excited about this. And I'm really excited to come and talk to you about this and bring this project to fruition. So with that said, again, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and we'll go from there.
Thanks very much, everyone. So I'm going to talk to you about utility thermal energy networks. I have a whole presentation. It's basic. It's going to be a lot of talking, but the big picture here is we have goals for our gas business to be carbon neutral by 2050. That's a really tall order. That's really difficult to do. For lots of reasons, pure electrification isn't actually feasible. Economically tenable. So one of the ways that we're looking at we could potentially get there is our gas business is really a pipes business. It's a pipes in the ground business. Actually, you don't even earn a penny on fuel. That's just passed through to the customer. So what this demonstration project is about is, well, we could have our gas business, which is really a pipes business, be a geothermal business instead of a gas business. That's one method that we're trying to decarbonize our gas system. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to start real high level, and we can take this in any direction that you want. So just interrupt. I can go as fast or as slow as folks need. This is not a simple topic. This is not put a solar panel on a roof and you generate kilowatt hours and everyone's happy. It's more complex than that. So again, I can go as fast or as slow as folks like.
Please interrupt and ask us questions.
Yeah, please interrupt and ask us questions, and I'll stop periodically. Again, net zero natural gas, real hard. Way easier on the electric side. Natural gas side is difficult. What makes decarbonizing natural gas so difficult is that if you did just go all electric, say, just put electric space heaters in everyone's house, we don't need gas, that, this is all public, so I would speak more colloquially, that would be very problematic for our electric grid. Right, so this is some modeling that was done. This is a high electrification scenario. It's not a 100% electrification scenario, but if we electrified the vast majority of our loads, most of the vehicles, you could see that space heating is multiple times everything else combined, right? So every pole, every wire, every power plant, every transmission line, every distribution line would have to either have 2.5 times or 2.5 sizes larger, right? That's an extremely tall order. So that's what we're up against. That's the difficulty of decarbonizing gas via electrification. It's also very difficult to decarbonize gas via renewable fuels, but I'm not the renewable fuels guy, so I'm not going to get into that, but that's also expensive and difficult. So again, the way that what this project is about is what if our gas business, which is really just a pipes business, was a geothermal pipes instead of gas pipes. And now I'm going to explain how this whole thing works. And I'm going to start on just an individual consumer level. If I say heat pump, everybody know what I'm talking about? Okay. If I say ground source heat pump, you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So I have a home, I live in Denver, I have a yard. I'm lucky that I have a yard. I can install a ground source heat pump myself. I can call up an HVAC contractor, they'll come to my house, they'll dig a borehole in my backyard, they'll put the pipes in, they'll grout it, they'll pipe it into my basement. I can take my furnace out and I can put a water source or ground source heat pump in instead, and that would work phenomenally. That's the most efficient HVAC system that exists today. You can't get anything more efficient than that. But it probably would cost me $70,000 and I might pay it off in like 45 years, right? So nobody's doing that because it's way too expensive. It costs way too much money up front.
We love doing that.
Well, but what if Excel came and said, oh, you don't have to drill in your backyard, we'll do it. You just pay us a little monthly service fee, we'll do all the underground work. We'll drill the boreholes, we'll run the pipes into your basement. You just replace your furnace with the heat pump, which is on the same order of magnitude of cost, that we're not talking about multiple times. And then you pay us like a monthly service fee, and we'll finance it for 50 years, and we'll take advantage of all the economies of scale, because we're gonna do it to 1 million people instead of just one. So we'll maximize the costs by taking advantage of economies of scale, and then we'll finance it over like incredibly long times that no individual person would be attracted to. And you just pay us a monthly service fee. All of a sudden, that sounds like a great idea. Like, yeah, I'll get the most efficient HVAC equipment that I could buy right now. If I just pay $20 a month, or I'm just making up numbers, if I just pay a modest monthly payment, I still own the equipment in my house, and then I get access to what is the most efficient HVAC system that exists. So that sounds like a win-win-win, right? The consumer, it's a win to the consumer. The utility, Excel actually loves that also, because Excel, utilities are really the only entity in the world that I am aware of that love 50-year payback periods. That's like what we do. We're infrastructure banks, right? So that's good for utilities. It's good to remove that from consumers. Consumers get the best equipment, and we get to manage our peak demands, and we don't charge customers for peak demands. So peak demands are very important to utilities, but they're not passed through to the customer in the same way. So anyway, lots of benefits. Everybody wins in that scenario. So if you take that scenario, any questions on any of that? Okay, you take that scenario.
I'm brewing some.
So you take that scenario, and then it turns out, if you connect multiple types of customers to the same underground geothermal network, everything gets better. So you could potentially double the efficiency of even a ground source heat pump by having multiple types of customers connected to the same loop. And that's because commercial customers are generally net cooling. They spend more energy on cooling than heating, at least in Denver. Residential customers are generally net heating. And when you combine them, and when they're sharing a thermal source, then they're helping each other. The way a heat pump works is, if you're in heating mode in a heat pump, it means you're dumping extra cold air out the backside of it. So if the backside is the ground, when you're heating, you're cooling the ground. And when you're cooling, when a commercial building is cooling a facility, you're heating the ground. So if a commercial building is cooling, and a residential customer is heating, then they could just be feeding off of each other. You don't even need the thermal resource of the ground necessarily. Anyway, it makes everything better. It also makes everything better because, I have a yard, I potentially do have space for a borehole, but if you have a townhome, if you have a big commercial building that ends at the street front, it opens up access to everyone instead of just people that have the space for it. Any questions?
Quick question on the
Yeah.
diagram up here, just to make sure.
Yeah.
When you're talking the boreholes, so the diagram here shows multiple boreholes sharing a single supply to multiple buildings. Is
Yeah.
that what we're looking at? Then not one borehole per building or house? And then as part of that infrastructure change, are we talking about completely new piping too?
We are.
Okay, across
So-
the state of Colorado?
Yeah,
That's a
just
lot.
this is just demonstration projects.
Right, and then if this was to come to fruition, and I realize you don't have all of it, this is just, what's that?
Yeah, that's like why we're the second of how many in
Yeah.
the rest
Okay.
of Colorado.
Right, right, I mean, I realize it's not happening tomorrow for the whole state of
No.
Colorado,
Yeah.
but the idea would be eventually this would be part of and for the build out here, you might be getting to this, what time frame are we looking at?
I'm totally getting into it.
Okay, that's
Construction would start 2027.
Okay,
But we'll get into that in more
We'll get into that in
It's a
more
good
detail.
question.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. So, I'm not here to talk to you about district energy. Really, the reason why this slide is here is and I harped on this point already. District energy exists. It's existed for 100 years, where you heat water and pipe hot or cold water or both to a facility, and they don't have to have their own HVAC equipment, they just use that for heating and cooling. That's been around for decades. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about really is the evolution of our gas business into a geothermal pipes business. That's really the only reason why this slide is here. I could talk to you about, I don't really need to dive into this. One of the things that makes this different is that this is distributed. So in a typical district energy system, you have a big boiler plant or a big cooling plant, and you branch out spiderweb style to everyone that needs it from there. This is not that, because you don't have a central plant. The central plant's the ground. So the other point on this slide is that you could just keep expanding this. You keep adding to it. You build one loop, you want to build more, you build another loop, you attach it. You want to keep going, you keep adding on to it. You don't need a big central plant. It's very distributed and very expandable. And conveniently, the bigger it gets, the better it gets. The bigger and more diverse the system becomes, the more efficient it gets. Okay, I did mention this. So a ground source heat pump is already the most efficient heating cooling system a customer could buy themselves. This is even more efficient than that. We're pulling heat out of the ground instead of the air. So -20, -30 degrees outside, doesn't matter, it's still 50 degrees on the ground. Right, that's what we're pulling from. Recovered waste heat. Like I said, if a commercial building is cooling, then they're creating heat. A ton, in urban settings, there's a ton of waste heat. Frisco's like very light urban. That metric is mostly like the Denver size. But there's still a lot of potential for recovering waste heat. Even the wastewater treatment facility, that's a gargantuan source of free heat. And we are looking into tapping into that. Diversification of building leads to load flattening. So the bigger it gets, the flatter the loads get, the better for everyone. Nobody needs to have space on their own property for boreholes. We'll put it in. Worst comes to worst, it'll be public rights of way, right? Like in the street. Otherwise, you might have borehole fields in different places. Could talk more about that. There's potential for seasonal energy storage, so you can use the ground as storage. And it opens up all these opportunistic resources. So wastewater treatment plant, no homeowner is like going like knocking on the wastewater treatment plant, like, hey, can I connect to your system so I can heat my house? Right? But we could do that.
Denver Water even wants to talk to us.
Yep, we're talking the word as well. So, let's talk about the legislation. So it's happening we have two demonstration projects in Colorado, one in Minnesota. Don't need to talk about Minnesota at all, here to talk about the Colorado projects. So just know that we're doing it in a neighborhood in Denver and Frisco. It was a competitive process, as Blair mentioned. We solicited interest from a lot of different people. And then
So we won.
You won,
you totally won.
definitely,
Yep.
definitely.
And the next set of legislation is, there might be more coming down the pike with the next set of legislation, 1370, to be determined, haven't gotten up to that yet.
But Breckenridge was selected as one of the pilot communities for the 1370 project. So again, I know that Xcel Energy comes to you often in silos, and I bet this is one of them, but this is just, House Bill 1252, the project in Frisco, 1370, the project in Breckenridge, combined with the Mountain Energy Project and trying to implement $47 million of MPAs. This is how we're trying to tackle this problem, one of the many ways.
So, timelines. 2024, we did community outreach with all the people that raised their hand and said, yeah, we'll partner with you, or we're interested in this. Then we did a competitive process. We put them into a rubric. We scored everything, different components, ran all the numbers, boom. You guys won, right? You won that process. Yeah. We submitted our filing in August 2024. We just got approved this June, so it took a few months. So where we are now is where that little star is. The next steps basically is we need to design these systems. So we're gonna hire a design and engineering firm to literally design everything that it comes with. And we're gonna do, I got a little bit ahead of myself, I'll keep going. And we're gonna do community engagement at the same time because we need to get customers signed up for this. So those two processes are gonna take roughly a year each. They're gonna happen concurrently, right? They're gonna happen at the same time. We haven't started those yet. We're sort of getting ready to kick off both of those items. The way that we're getting ready is we have another consultant helping us figure out where we're gonna put the loop, which buildings are gonna be connected to it. So that's what we're doing now, we're finalizing that. We spoke to the two schools right across the street, like maybe they'll be part of it, so the Tom at the town hall building. So we're figuring out like where the loop is gonna be. Once we know where the loop is gonna be, then we hire a design engineering firm and they do all the mechanical drawings for it. They do all the designs for it. So roughly speaking, between now and the end of this year, we want to finalize where that loop is going to be. What are the commercial buildings? We're not worried about residential yet. What are the commercial buildings that are going to be connected to it? Where's the loop going to go? What's it going to look like? Are we going to connect with the wastewater treatment facility and use their heat? Are we not going to do that? We could also use the reservoir as our opportunistic source of heat. So we're figuring all that out now. But we're not talking to residential customers yet. It's not like, we're not knocking on doors, it's not a public, it's not private, nothing's a secret, but it's not like a public thing yet. We're trying to get residential support. That's between now and end of this year. Next year, we start community engagement and the full design and engineering. And then it becomes a public thing. Then we're walking around, knocking on customers' doors, knocking on homes with flyers. We're hosting meetings here or pop-up tents. We have a website with updates, we have a newsletter, we have a dedicated customer care phone line that customers could call. And where we need, the whole point of that year-long community engagement is we need a stack of residential customers signed up, committed to doing this. The end of next year, we hand that to the commission with our final engineering designs, final cost estimates, and say, let us build it.
So we need commercial anchor customers.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been talking to Tom and you guys, the town, about. And then we're going to bring on residential customers, not the entire community, but select residential customers that make sense within the loop and try to get and bring them on board as well. Everybody knows, I hope, that everything that we take, all the infrastructure that we put in the ground, we have to take it to the Public Utility Commission of Colorado before we get approval to spend it. We can spend those dollars, but we're looking for cost recovery on those dollars. So we have to go to the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, ask them for that approval to spend those dollars, and then we go out and build the project, right? And so I love, David's always like, yeah, we're gonna do it for you for free. Basically, except that it will be socialized across the state to all of the users across the state. And so we're thinking Q4, correct me if I'm wrong, of 2026, maybe Q1 of 27, we will then propose the cost estimates, the design package, all of that whole plan of exactly what we want to build in Q4, Q1,
Has to be
26.
Q4.
Sorry.
We have a firm, it's gonna be December 11th. By December 11th this year, we have to submit all that.
2026.
2026, sorry, yes.
And then the PUC says, yep, we love it, go out and build it, or they say, whoa, you guys are spending way too much money, go back to the drawing board. And that's kind of the process that we're looking at. So we do not have approval at this point to build this at all. We have approval to talk to you guys about it and to see if we can come up with a really good viable plan that we then take to the PUC. Yes.
I'm just gonna
Please.
add a little context to that. PUC, Colorado Energy Office, everybody's super keen on this technology. This is not something that we're proposing to the PUC
Yes.
that they've never heard of, that they're skeptical of.
Or a new gas line.
Right. So
Sorry.
Which we know how popular.
Sorry.
I got a
Colorful
question
comment.
too, whenever you get to a point. I don't wanna stop. How, from the source, if we do it at the town hall here, how far do you, for residential, how far do you wanna go with that? How far is that system, if you're doing it here, does it make it back 5 blocks? Or are you trying to look at residentials within 1 block of the circle or 2 blocks?
we're looking for residential, so where the main pipe is gonna be, so we figure out like a loop, and that would go through residential streets, and we'd want just adjacent residential customers. We're not gonna,
Go 5 blocks back.
to trench a street for one, yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to get an adequate level of residential. We don't need every customer on a block signed up, but we need enough to match the commercial load, so it's a balanced system. So there is some level that I can't tell you now exactly what that, we don't even have we're not positive what our commercial customers will be yet, so we don't know what the loads are gonna look like yet.
To follow up on Dan's, just so I think everyone is familiar with the town layout will understand exactly what I'm saying. Wherever the plant is, and I really love the idea of the wastewater component only because I have a little bit of knowledge of what that looks like. Very little. But that said, if we were to trench, and this is where everyone will understand, Granite Alley, up and over, down Galena Alley, that's gonna give you, and I'm not saying you guys will figure it out, the engineers will, but that gives you access to all the commercial on Main, the residential above, and the residential on the other side of those alleys.
which are big buildings.
Correct, which brings me to who's paying to upgrade their systems?
Nobody. Well, this is where.
No, the answer is
Everybody.
The entire state of
I like
Colorado,
saying
anyone who
nobody.
pays their Excel energy bill.
Right. So
The
we're gonna
answer is
get,
never knew about it.
yeah.
That's the affordable housing answer too.
I mean, we are in, part of what we plan on pitching to the PUC and part of that cost recovery would be us coming in and replacing the equipment in both commercial and residential homes,
Behind the meter,
behind the meter.
customer HVAC equipment.
Yes,
We're gonna go in, we're gonna take out all the old and put in all the new. It's not gonna cost that customer anything.
Does gas come out at the same time?
Gas does not come out. A, it's a contingency in case it doesn't, PUC doesn't like it or Excel doesn't like it, in 7 years. But also, we're not gonna force stoves or water heaters or fireplaces to be removed. We're planned at the moment is to offer that as an option at cost to us for the customer. If they want to go all electric, more power to them. And we will facilitate that. We're gonna have a big contract with an HVAC contractor. So whatever it costs us to do it, they could get that for that cost. But we're not requiring it.
I think the schools asked a really wise question about, or might have been Nico that asked it, about workforce to be able to service this after pilot is done.
Totally, so lots of big rabbit hole. The future vision of this is we're trying to see if this is something that could be our new business model, right, for gas business, but we're not there yet. This is obviously just the earliest stages. We're gonna be having all kinds of conversations with our unions, what do gas pipe fitters, what skills are they gonna need? But what's good about this being a demonstration project is that we can ask the commission for anything that we want, anything that we need. So we recognize that maintenance and workforce is gonna be an issue, right?
Because neither of us want an albatross at the end of the
Yeah.
day, right?
Right. So I don't have an amazing answer for you. I don't have that whole plan baked out yet. But that's what we can spend this whole year doing, is making out that plan, and whatever we determine we're gonna need to have this be successful come December 11th, 2026, that's what we could ask for. We could ask for funding for that.
And I think it's not just this project that we struggle to find the right contractors Jess Huber's sitting here with me, that we struggle to find the right contractors to do the work, Summit County's a little bit ahead of, say, Grand and some of the other areas that I serve, but that is something that I would say Excel Energy specifically struggles with, is finding the contractors locally to come up and do the work, because, I preach it to Excel all the time, they'll take every single job down in Denver they can before they're gonna come up here and do our audit, as you see Jess nodding. And so that is something that we are trying to overcome, not just through this project, but through a lot of our projects that we're going through right now. So we are committed to workforce development. I'm positive that we gave Casey over at Energy Smart Colorado some money to train HVAC installers and heat pump installers, folks like that. But then I think that we'll have to continue to make those investments through both our clean heat plan, which there are some dollars in there, and some other, hopefully through this. But it is it is something that we are aware of, that we struggle with that up here in the mountains. It's different at 9,000 feet than it is at 5,000 feet even.
And it could be even more tactical than that.
Okay.
This is not a fully baked thought, but if what we determine, we spend a year strategizing, and what we determine is that we need to have an HVAC contractor, with a contract saying they have to service within, some time period, we can ask the commission for that, right? We could say that that's what we need for this to be successful. Is they have to respond within half a day, whatever it is, right? Whatever we determine. If that's what we need to bake into, if we need to have a service contract in order for this to be successful, then we can ask for that.
And that is what we're seeing,
Yeah.
that we need, not only for this project, but for other projects in the mountains. And then I'll just add, really quickly, the other thing that we've run into talking to the schools and just some of the smaller commercial businesses is owners reps. The school doesn't have a maintenance person to constantly upkeep their facilities and stuff like that. And this is going to be a very impactful project to anyone who's involved. And so how do we assist with that? And we would like, and we've gotten the okay from the company to go ahead and include that kind of owner's rep in the proposal to the PUC on December 11th of 2026.
Yeah, and less, owner's rep is more to represent their interest during the installation. So it's not a school teacher being like, I don't know what to, like you wanna come in and do what? Right, there's someone there that knows what they're doing, and represents them. So like when construction, even scheduling, is just there to sort of safeguard their best interests. So that's something that, we could ask the commission for. That's the same thing that we have an owner's rep right now to help us in the decision-making process of this project. So we would have owner's reps for the commercial anchor customers, let me say.
I wanna make sure I get everybody's questions, cause I cut you off.
I got a couple.
And I wanna make sure I get yours too.
I'm just curious, right, and Jess lived this 3-5 years ago. The new environmental building code came out and there was a wave of panic of nobody was trained to actually do the tests. Did Excel participate in the education component to get inspectors up to speed with that is my question. One, I don't know.
I wasn't with the company, I'm looking at Jess.
Yeah.
No, what we needed were HERS raters, so it is, I will say it's kind of out of the purview of their programming.
All good, just asking,
Thank
right,
you.
because something was created, did we have a solution? I know folks worked it out, but there was some big concern when that happened. So all that to support your plan to create the backside maintenance of the systems that we would be building. But I think it would be super important, point two, for this group as a whole, there's different levels of understanding of our Gauss line problem here in Summit County.
Yeah.
From Rick's lens, the problem is in Keystone and in Breckenridge because that's the end of the pipelines. Frisco feels like it's in the middle of a Y and has plenty of, this is Rick's world, okay? I feel like we have plenty of gas rolling through Frisco because it's headed towards the end of the line. What I'm hearing you guys say is that might not be fully accurate.
I can say that when we see when we see a drop in gas pressure in our system, it is going to affect all of Summit County. So you are correct that technically they're at the end of the line, just like Grand Lake's at the end of the line, just like Leadville's at the end of the line. We're going to put a number of stops in place where we don't have to administer rolling outages. And that's through the deployment of our liquid natural gas tanks that are at the DNR kennel site on the Breckenridge side, and then the compressed natural gas tanks that are over on the Keystone side. Really quickly, the difference between compressed natural gas, liquid natural gas, there's a lot more energy stored in the liquid natural gas than there is in the compressed natural gas. All that to say is that the problem is much more acute on the Breckenridge side than it is the compressed natural gas side. Otherwise, we would be deploying compressed natural gas at the DNR kennel site rather than the liquid natural gas. So going back to your point, Rick, what does that mean for Frisco? What it means is that we do not want to lose any users off of our gas system. And so what happened in February of 2019, I believe there was an article in the newspaper on February 9th or 19th or something like that in 2019, but we saw a drop in pressure in our natural gas system. And we implemented rolling outages throughout the county. And so Frisco experienced a 30-minute outage, Breckenridge experienced a 30-minute outage, I was living on Ptarmigan at the time, they experienced a 30-minute outage. And the reason why we're doing that is we're moving those outages around so that when we kill your electricity, it inherently pulls your boiler or your furnace off of our gas system. You're no longer pulling gas, but you haven't lost your pilot light. So we don't have to go back in and relight all of those pilot lights. But what it does to your community is that you're part of it, and you are experiencing those rolling outages. So it's all that to say, we were talking earlier about that last 10% is going to be the hard push on the natural gas side, because the reality is, nobody likes to hear this, but we brought 15,000 new users onto our system last year. And that, again, it continues to grow, right? And so, I'll get off that soapbox. But yes, I do think that it affects your community because you could experience the rolling outages, because it is truly Summit County, and we see it as truly a Summit County problem.
It's very helpful, I took an opportunity to educate all of us.
I really appreciate you giving me that opportunity, because I love that. Love talking about Mountain Energy Project.
So my quick question is, partnering with the schools to teach kids that, teach them how to work on heat pumps, how to do that, is that something that Excel's looking at different places, or, high school, or,
We're not looking at that.
Yeah.
If they, if that interests them, we're certainly open to chatting through it. I don't think we're gonna be in the place of being educators. We would be in the place of training maintenance staff, but we could certainly put like plaques up. We could certainly have like interactive displays, or I could see that all over the place in Frisco. This is like, what is this hole in the ground? Like, this is like a bore field. Like, what is this building? This is the pump, right? Like, I could see that kind of material being.
How complicated are the pumps to learn and work on?
Well,
is it a really, a complicated thing?
So.
Because I'm looking at putting a heat pump in, so.
Yeah. So.
Wait until the Mountain Energy MBAs come out.
What's that?
Wait until the Mountain Energy player MBAs come out, really, I'm looking at Jess because she's skeptical, I think. But,
I'm looking at April.
we'll have, some MBA money available for you.
In April?
Yes, Q4, we're committed to rolling out MPA money in Q4. I heard the next 2 or 3 weeks.
You can buy a heat pump in Costco. That's a DIY, a do-it-yourself heat pump.
Oh, yeah.
What's difficult about it is it runs off of a fluid, a gas fluid, that has to be pressurized and charged. The DIY ones it's all pre-charged in the line, and you just fix it. I have friends that have installed them themselves.
From Costco?
Not from Costco, but they just bought it and installed it themselves.
Okay, yeah.
I know you can buy them. You can buy them also off of Amazon, the DIY ones. But I don't think it's for the faint of heart, right? So it's not like a every person DIY solution, right? It's not like installing a Google Home in your house, right? You plug it in and connect to the Wi-Fi and go in. But if you work on your own car, if you're familiar with prying things off your dashboard and getting underneath your vehicle and stuff, then I think it's doable.
They have a YouTube video out on it.
That's how I do it.
Just a quick question on, and you may not have gotten this far yet, the long-term economic modeling, right? I heard you say that for purposes of the pilot project, you're gonna put the end heat pumps in the user space.
Yep.
Is that the long-term economic idea? The long-term economic idea is you're gonna make it so cheap, people will be incentivized to do it by the return on investment, and it'll be down to 5 or 10 years?
It's not 5 or 10 years.
Not even?
No. Realistically, no.
Okay.
But the long-term model it would look just like our gas business. You'd have pipes going to your house, you'd have a meter, gas goes in and ends because it burns. This is water, so it would come in and then also come out. But other than that, it would be the same. And like, if you want to put in a furnace, you put it in a furnace. If you want to put in a boiler, you put it in a boiler. In this one, you choose whatever water source heat pump you want to choose.
But it would be an incentivized by the return on investment over
Yeah,
a relatively
yeah.
reasonable period.
Yeah.
Compared to.
Pay for it just via your monthly service charge.
Oh, I see, okay.
And just to put it in perspective, the average residential customer's gas bill is 50% fuel, like actual gas, that we don't earn a penny on, we don't make any profit off of that. We're not,
That makes sense to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't get to set
You build
the
pipes.
price for natural gas. If it's a very cold snap across the country, it goes up and we're paying $7 per whatever, you're paying $7. When it goes down to $3, you're paying $3.
So the price is equal.
We make
What
our
you pay
money
for it,
on the
there's no-
infrastructure
I
that is
didn't know
put in the ground.
I
yeah,
assume there
so,
would be a surcharge of some type.
yeah, so, we don't make gas.
No,
We don't-
I know
go
that,
out-
I know that, yeah.
Yeah, so whatever we buy it for,
That's what you're buying it for.
that's what you buy it for.
Yep.
And on average, residential customer, roughly, 50% of their bill is fuel. And the other 50% is basically that customer's slice
Monthly tax.
of a 50-year mortgage on all the pipes
On
that
our
we have.
wildfire mitigation plan, you know, the
It's like a
efforts
tap
that
fee
we're
for the water system.
I call
Yeah.
us like, I think we're like taxes.
Yep.
Right, like, what
So,
you ask for, we put out. Really quickly, I just wanna address the education thing.
Sorry, can I just finish, I didn't mean to, I just wanna finish the same analogy. So if half of your bill is fuel that is consumed and we don't earn any money on, and is gone, now 100% of your bill is gonna be for pipes.
Because the rest is
Right?
water.
Because the gas is, we're not using gas. It's a closed system, it's pumped in a circle. It's not being consumed. We don't have to go out and refill it every whatever. So,
Haul it over the pass, like
So-
LNG, you know,
yeah,
like-
so there's the potential here for, we think and we hope, there's potential for reduction in costs. But there's also more costs. There's boreholes which aren't attached to the gas system. So anyway, it's a lot of moving parts and we're not quite there yet. I didn't mean to, sorry.
We're kind of at the end of the time.
Yeah.
And I know there's gonna be a ton more questions and answers as this goes on. We're gonna bring you back.
Thank you. And the Peak School got really excited about the educational components and how they could walk their kids around and talk about the different systems and things like that, so. Thank you for having
I
us.
would
Yes.
think HC3 could be part of that, right?
Oh, for sure.
The educational,
Yes,
component.
yes.
Jess educates me all the time. Thank you.
How deep is a borehole, like how?
The bread and butter ones, 500 feet.
Throwing things at
The new next generation ones could be 1,000, 1,500 feet.
Send it right back
Do you
to
have
me.
challenges in like a mountain community?
Because it's rocky.
Yes.
Generally not.
We've decided we need a data center.
Generally,
Oh,
the
yeah.
machines that are equipped to drill,
There you go.
just drill.
They just drill.
What's challenging is getting
Right
it
on back.
here, right? It's not a hub, it's not close to things, so it's more expensive to get that talent out here. But the actual drilling is kind of just the actual drilling.
How is this is a weird question, I guess, but like the surface of the ground, is that changed or affected through the piping? Like, does it create more heat, like on the street, or I'm just,
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
It completely negligible. Just like your water pipes are in the ground and, yeah, they're deep enough, that won't affect that.
well, I was looking for heated streets.
That's something that could be designed,
Yeah.
so that's not out of the realm.
Vale is doing a system
Yes,
that-
they are.
to replace their gas-fed
In their
Town.
Cameron-
town street heating system, yeah.
Kimber would love to come and talk to
Which
you all
would
about it.
be a horizontal system.
Yeah.
So based off of a board system,
Yeah,
right?
the boreholes only exist so that we could keep the temperature in that loop the same temperature as the ground. It just needs to spend enough time on the ground By the time it comes back up again, it's like 50 degrees again, right? If you're sucking heat out of it, you're making it colder. You put it down, it goes 1,500 feet down, by the time it comes back up, 50 degrees again.
We'll come back anytime y'all have us.
Thanks you guys very much.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, really appreciate it.
Was that a good introduction?
Blair, I'll hit you up tomorrow if there's.
Yeah, hit me up tomorrow, I'm sorry I can't do it
No, that's
today.
okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Really
Good talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye guys, have a great one.
The company in Steamboat, they are former coal miners and they are becoming geothermal drillers as they see the end of the coal industry.
Yes.
So they're building their business up, I think they're actually in Hayden.
They're losing
Great.
71% of their tax base, so.
Huge support from.
Like at the high school, they have all those different soil.
There is some conversation, not at the CMC, I think it was Steamboat CMC, so like really preliminary, and I don't know who's doing it, but you talk about doing some like
You could think-
HVAC,
Well,
courses.
well said.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think you'll love it.
And that's enough, yeah, yeah.
Right.
It's about how treat animals.
Right.
Or not.
Hey, buddy!
And that's why I put
But I
Yeah,
love
it's hard and you have to go.
All right.
and I would be part of
All right, I can keep you in mind.
Processes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Cool, thanks.
Email to Ryan with you attached to it. I can't edit it.
Doesn't make you, I know when you're ready. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Did you meet?
Yeah.
I believe so.
The one that presented.
Yeah. Making recording.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, everybody. It's go ahead and get the Frisco Town Council meeting for October 14th up and on its way. With that, let's have a roll call. Here.
Held,
Here.
Inkin,
Here.
Script Tech Adrian. Here. Ryan. Here. Goldstein and Kibbe.
Here. Great. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll move straight into public comments. I'll now open public comment to the floor for public comment. The public comment time is reserved for items that do not have a public hearing later on the agenda. If you plan to make a comment on an item that appears later on tonight's agenda, please wait until that item is announced and public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting if providing in-person public comment, and include contact information for follow-up. With that, we'll open up public comment to council chambers.
Good evening. Alex Beach, 951 Lake Point Drive. Where to begin? That work session was a lot. I'll start with, I was talking with a developer of the place across the street, the Prime Lofts, this morning, because there's 2 deed restricted units that are going in there. I don't know if anyone knows, those are going to be sold for $619,000 for a deed restricted 700 square foot condo. So let's just keep that in mind while we're discussing all of these other things surrounding the restricted housing covenant. Like Martin mentioned in work session, building costs are a lot more expensive than they were 25 years ago when Pequot neighborhood was built. Right? The 997 lofts that were just built, those are like $500,000 DR units. So I think it's really important that the council really be focusing on keeping every unit that is currently somewhat attainable as cheap as possible in perpetuity, because any new thing that is put out there into our inventory is going to be $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 for a deed restricted unit, which is absurd. Okay, so adding more stock isn't going to be the answer when that's going to be the price that they're going to be coming in at, right? So I think you need to keep that in mind when you're discussing raising resale calculations or raising qualified capital improvements on the current units that we have that are somewhat attainable, when the alternative is a over $600,000 deed restricted unit. I think that's ridiculous. One thing that came out of the council meeting that I've been saying for months is every work session, the 4 members that are able to participate who are not recused because they don't own deed restricted units, haven't lived the deed restricted lifestyle up here, right? Haven't been part of this process, haven't had to fight for it, haven't lived it. And then many times during the discussions, you'll say, oh, well, we don't know how that's going to impact people that do, or, oh, what are they going to think about this? So why not have some sort of like public advisory panel that gets to participate in these meetings, right? Non-voting, obviously, but having 3 minutes a couple hours later, once every other week, or sending an email is too slow, too reactionary. When you're sitting and having a discussion and you're like, what about this idea? And there's those of us in the room that have ideas and have opinions based on how it might impact our lives, and we're not able to participate. I feel like that would be really important feedback for you guys to be having in those meetings. Considering you left that work session saying, oh, we need to put out a draft to the public and let them give feedback, why not have feedback in those meetings, right? Rather than this longer extended process that you're not going to get the kind of response that you really want. Also on that note, it sounded like you left it as, hey, we're going to give the public, kind of an A or B test of what type of potential new covenant they would like. but you guys left it only at the resale calculation in the QCI. If we're opening it up to public, why not a bunch of other things that you may think you've already agreed on, such as waitlist versus lottery, which almost everybody in town doesn't want a lottery, but we're not opening that up to a potential public A or B test as well. So if we're gonna be opening it up to public, I think you gotta open up all these other aspects as well.
Great, thank you. Any other public comment in chambers?
Councilmember Scanaletto, 80 West Main Street. I just want to start by saying thank you all for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for the work you did in your work session and for reaching a consensus to create a draft for the public to review. I think that's a really important step moving forward, and I appreciate your willingness to engage with community feedback. In light of this progress, I'd like to comment on what I see as the main issue creating challenges for both homeowners and the town, and that is the use of the AMI in the Frisco housing deed, both in how it determines resale pricing and who qualifies to purchase a home. My first point is that the current language in the deed, which defers the sale price to whichever is lesser, 3% appreciation or AMI, should be completely removed. Instead, there should be a set annual appreciation percentage for all Frisco deed restricted units to provide clarity and consistency for both buyers and sellers rather than tying the resale value to the AMI chart. As it stands, the 4 deed restricted units in my building can't sell for a penny more than they were purchased for until the AMI chart increases. That means our property value and the ability to build any modest equity depends entirely on federal income metric that has little to do with the local housing market. My second point is that the AMI should not be used as a qualifier to purchase a home. I understand the concern that removing AMI language could allow higher earners to buy deed restricted homes, but that fear doesn't reflect reality. Right now, there are only 2 4-bedroom non-deed restricted homes in all of Frisco listed at or below $720,000, all under 1,000 square feet. Purchasing a home of this size at this price range is not a long-term solution for growing families. Breckenridge has already removed AMI caps for its new developments, such as the Stables neighborhood, allowing local workers to live in town and build wealth rather than be penalized for earning more. If the town of Frisco truly wants to support its workforce and create more sustainable housing program, the AMI tied to resale and use of AMI qualifiers should both be removed. Keeping a set annual appreciation cap alone will maintain affordability without trapping homeowners. Thank you for your time and your continued work.
Great, thank you. Any other public comment in chambers? Any online?
Not seeing any, Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha. With that, we'll close public comments. Thanks everyone for coming. And with that, we'll move on to mayor and council comments. Any comments? Good. Everyone's good. We'll close mayor and council comments and move on to town manager and any updates.
No updates today.
No, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I haven't seen any changes to it, so I would bring it back to the group for discussion or a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda. In a second, please call the question.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe.
Yes.
Goldstein. Yes. Held.
Yes.
Scripture Adrian.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. Great, thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll move into our new business agenda item number 1, which is going to be our final grants award list approval. And with that, we'll open the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I think we.
Yep.
I think we have a recusal on that. I'll let you state it and then I'll explain.
I will be recusing myself from this first topic on the agenda.
And I've been asked to provide a brief explanation for the record. And it is simply that Councilor Ryan is employed by one of the nonprofit organizations that the council will decide how much money is to be given to today. That does set up a financial conflict of interest. The statute, interestingly, is explicit. Were Zach a member of the board of that nonprofit corporation, the statute is expressed about that doesn't set up a conflict. So he could sit here as a council member and a board member and vote. But the statute doesn't extend to employees, and you can see how there might be a difference, right? Most board members of a nonprofit are served without compensation. Employees are obviously paid, so their economic well-being is more closely related to the question. So that is the reason for the recusal.
Great, thank you for that. Is this coming with you, Tom?
Sure. You reviewed the community grant and the impact grant list at your last meeting during work session. You've got two members of the council that reviewed with staff all of the grant applications and the recommendations before they were made at that work session at the last meeting. This is simply an up or down vote to approve that list for 2026. And then you'll see subsequent numbers within the budget, which is coming later on your agenda, that are the line items for those total dollar amounts that will be granted out to those individual applicants.
Thanks for the review, Tom. Any questions on this topic, gang? Comments?
I just wanted to thank staff for participating in this process and helping us with a really streamlined process overall, which with the criteria and just kind of a basic rubric of sorts. It was a really smooth process. And yeah, thanks you guys.
Sweet. And Mayor, I'll second that, being on that committee, and I agree with Elizabeth, 100%. Staff's work is exceptional at really giving us what we need to really make important decisions about this.
Great, thank you.
I appreciate you guys doing it for us.
Any other questions? No other questions. I'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Any online? With that, I'll bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the 2026 grant awards list approval.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second to approve the 2026 final grant award list approval. Please call the question.
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yeah.
Held,
Yes.
Skripchak Adrian,
Yes.
and Ryan is recused.
Great. We'll grab Ryan and we'll keep rolling. On the ice cream.
Wait a minute.
And hi.
Can I recuse myself?
I'm just jealous. Yes, yes. With that, we'll move into agenda item number 2, which is first reading of ordinance 25-14, an ordinance setting the mill levy within the town of Frisco for 2026. And with that, we'll have our finance director, Leslie Edwards.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this ordinance before you tonight is regarding the mill levy. So annually, Colorado municipalities are required to adopt the mill levy by ordinance or resolution as part of the annual budget process, which authorizes the town to receive our portion of property taxes collected by the county. For 2026, staff is proposing that the mill levy remain at the 0.798 mills, which is the same rate that the town is currently receiving and the maximum amount that the town is able to receive without voter approval. So based upon the preliminary figures from the Summit County Assessor, this amount is equivalent to $300,277 in property tax revenue. While this is a relatively small amount of the town's budget, it is necessary in order to make the proposed budget balance. And the slide that you see on the screen before you is the revenue for all funds of the town. So you can see in the taxes area, which is over 20 million, that the proposed property tax, which is shown in the bottom left of the 300,277, is a relatively small portion. It is, again, less than 1 mil of the property tax that the property owners of Frisco are paying. But with that, staff recommends the approval of ordinance 2514 on first reading to allow the town to meet our statutory deadline of certifying by December 15th and continuing to align with strategic priorities within the 2026 budget.
Great. Thank you, Leslie. Any questions for Leslie? Got it. Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Public comment online?
If you have public comment online, if you could just unmute yourself, that'd be great.
Just give it a couple.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any public comment.
Sure. No public comment in chambers, no public comment online. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve the first reading of ordinance 25-14.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve 25-14. Please call the question.
Ryan,
Yes.
Inken,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll move into agenda item number 3, which is first reading of ordinance 25-15, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to various funds and spending agencies in the amount and for the purposes set forth in the adopted budget for the town of Frisco for 2026. And with that, we're back with Finance Director Leslie Edwards.
So this ordinance before you allows for the town to adopt appropriations for the 2026 budget, authorizing spending for that year. So on September 9th, we had a budget work session and we went through the proposed budget in quite a bit of detail. We have had a few changes, minor changes that I just wanted to point out since that work session occurred. We received some information from CML, the Colorado Municipal League. They updated their formula calculating the highway user tax fund revenue that comes to the town. That increased by about $6,700. However, they also gave us information that the severance tax would decrease. Sorry, that should disappear from the left-hand side under increases. It is the decrease of $700. They also let us know related to the severance tax that our federal mineral lease royalty would also unfortunately decrease at the amount of $3,500. However, we did also have some changes related to the discussion that we had on capital at the September 23rd meeting. We added $150,000 for the capital chamber upgrade, council chambers upgrades that were discussed at that meeting, as well as we removed temporarily, at least, the $12 million that was associated with the Complete Streets project on Granite Street. So that removed the capital outlay expense, but it also removed the financing sources. So it's actually, at least for the year of 2026, the net effect is zero to the capital fund. But in future years in the 5-year plan, there was also the financing amount. But we are tonight just adopting the 2026 appropriations. So just to update you on our revenue trends, we've been talking about this and how we've been seeing some relatively flat revenue. You can see in the earlier years of 2021 and 2022 up to 2023 how we were seeing increases. But since that point, the sales tax at least has pretty much flattened out. We are predicting that 2025 will actually fall about $500,000 short of budget and will be flat with 2024, and that 2026 will also be flat to 2024 and 2025. However, that is all accounted for in what we're presenting, which is a balanced budget. This just gives an overview of the trends that we're seeing between the years for different revenue sources. I do want to point out that I had previously shown you 1.6% was the state's forecast for increases in sales tax. They had upgraded that to 3.1% the last time I presented to you, and they have since upgraded that to 3.6%. However, we are still not seeing those numbers locally, so we are still showing you a relatively conservative projections. I should point out, though, that we did also hear at the COO breakfast a presentation from Key Data, which was very optimistic and yes, but however, we have still not updated our forecast because again, we are still not seeing that come to fruition, but we will remain cautiously optimistic. How about? I do want to point out on here, while we show the lodging tax and the short-term rental excise tax decreasing in the first year and then increasing in 2026, the increase is actually projected to not be a full recovery back to the 2024 levels. So that is still continuing to affect us. We will keep an eye on all of this data and update you as we have different news. So the budget that we are proposing to be adopted tonight, we show a comparison of the 2025 projected actuals on this slide. In red, the 2025 revenue and the 2025 expenses, as well as the proposed budget for 2026. The revenue is in yellow and the expenditures in this sage green color. So you can see in the general fund, we are pretty flat across the years between revenues and expenditures. This excludes transfers, so you do have the yellow revenue slightly exceeding the expenditures without the transfers, and those transfers are to the capital fund and to the marina fund. In the capital fund, you do see some decreases. This is related to in 2025, we had done large projects of Slopeside Hall completion, as well as the fiber infrastructure project. We do still have a lot of great projects happening, though, in 2026 in this proposed budget, including the Marina Park bathrooms and Pioneer Park. You see some changes in the housing fund budget. We have a decrease in the grants we're receiving. We have a lot of grants that are coming in 2025 that were awarded for our 602 Galena and 101 West Main housing projects. You also see the expenses decreasing as we've completed the Granite Park project, and we've contributed quite a bit in 2025 to the 602 Galena project. And then lastly, in water, you see some fluctuations there. In 2026, we have an exciting project related to PFAS mitigation. You see that the revenue is high because we've received a large grant award for that mitigation, but also offset by the capital outlay in the sage green expenditures. Marina fund and the other funds remain relatively flat. And then also the fund balances are important to pay attention to, as a balanced budget includes not only the expenditures and the revenues, but also the fund balances. So a balanced budget would mean that your expenditures are less than your fund balances plus your incoming revenues, which we have achieved for 2026. You can see also the recommended reserve set by council. In the general fund, it is important, however, to note in the bottom left-hand corner, the Tabor reserve of about 1.3 million. That is required by the state of Colorado and is unavailable fund balance. It's for the purpose of a rainy day fund, basically, which matches the council set reserve of 7 months. And so you would need to add to that 1.3 million to the 2026 available fund balance in blue in order to meet the council set reserve, but it does meet that reserve. Additionally, our water fund reserve well exceeds the council set reserve, and the marina fund is within about 39,000 of the council set reserve. I should also point out that the capital fund and the housing fund, well, they're not zero. It's kind of hard to see them on this graph because we are doing lots of projects and spending down those fund balances quite considerably. I should also note that our insurance reserve fund is also meeting its 6 months of claims for that fund, and so that's also meeting that reserve. Here we're highlighting the general fund and activities. Here you can see how we're pretty flat between the years. So a slight decrease actually in the revenue and a slight increase in the expenditures. But again, the expenditures net of transfers are less than the revenue in the general fund. This is where our day-to-day operations come out of. And this does represent a balanced budget. There's just a few highlights of the general fund. So again, showing you the revenues and expenditure appropriations that are recommended. And we do have, some slight changes that are explained on this slide. Our decrease in revenue is largely related to the decreases we're seeing in the community development permits, not necessarily the volume, but the dollar amount, fewer large projects. So we're mostly flat. I do want to highlight that there are no new positions that are recommended in this budget that we are proposing. The expenditures are largely related to the increases in employee compensation that we're recommending to stay competitive in the market, and up to a 5% wage increase is budgeted. And we do highlight a few increases and decreases here, but nothing is very material. I also want to point out that we are, while we have a limited budget, we are doing a lot of exciting projects still in 2026, and that our budget is guided by the council's strategic plan. And so we have continued to include those projects by strategic pillar, which are laid out here as we discussed during the work session back in September. And then lastly, this is what is noted within your council packet. This is what is in the ordinance. It shows the flow through of what we have as audited numbers from 2024. We are projecting numbers for 2025 of revenue and expenditures. Those are estimates, which allows us to estimate the ending fund balance for 2025. And then the proposed numbers for 2026, revenues and expenditures, showing that we have an ending fund balance proposed in total of 31 million. That is not all available fund balance. Some of that fund balance is restricted. The available fund balance is about $17 million, and that is outlined in the memo that is in your packet. And with that, I recommend that you pass the budget appropriations on first reading, and I welcome any questions.
On the Marina Fund, I think you said it, right? That doesn't include are we doing a transfer for 26, or was that ended in 25?
No, we are recommending to continue a transfer from the general fund to the Marina Fund
5 or 10%? What was it? 10%.
of the revenue.
So that wasn't in there, so that's what you were saying. It doesn't represent the transfer. Is that correct?
The slide of the budget does not include the transfer.
Okay.
The earlier slide excluding transfers, yes. These numbers include transfers.
Yes.
Yes.
And then do we have, what's our percentage of overall budget in salary and benefits?
I don't have all of the numbers off the top of my head. However, I did include in this slide in particular, our top two departments.
Saw that.
Of PD is 18% of our total wages, and Public Works is 16%. Oh, I do have a hidden slide.
There was a 13 million number.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Oh, yes.
So 13 of the
23, there's all funds.
You can't say it's the general fund budget, but it's more because it's more than that, because it comes out of water and arena.
We're 50% of the general fund.
Okay. I'll ask it for later. It's just one of those numbers, at least that I focus on, is it's that 80% salary and benefits cap. That's just in my head. It's not a thing. But thanks.
We are less than 80%.
I knew we were. Cool. Any other questions for Leslie? Not seeing any questions. We'll open it up for public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Public comment online?
If there's anyone with public comment online, just go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name and your address.
With that, no public comment online. I'll bring it back to council for any further discussion. And I will thank Leslie and her staff for all the work that they do over the last several months to get us to where we are today. Thank you guys very much.
I should recognize that it is a lot more than finance staff. It takes
Yeah.
a whole team of finance, or sorry, of the town of Frisco to compile this. And it was very important this year when we were looking to have some slight cuts and we had a limited budget. So I appreciate everybody's help on this, including council's.
Any further comments or discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve first reading of ordinance 2515.
Second.
We have a motion to approve ordinance 25-15 in a second. Please call the question.
Scrubcheck Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Aiken,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Goldstein, and Held.
Yes. Great, thank you. Thank you, Leslie. With that, we'll move into agenda item number 4, which is ordinance 25-18, and ordinance amending chapter 160 of the Code of Ordinances for the town of Frisco, Colorado concerning taxation by amending sections 160-27 and 160-28 and 160-30 through 160-35, 160-37, 160-40, 160-44, and 160-46, each concerning the town's lodging tax in order to, without substantive change, use the term lodging services in lieu of lodging and remove the reference to Article 1 of Chapter 160 to remove any ambiguity and thereby, thank you, clarify standardization and ensuring taxpayer compliance and making more efficient and reporting and payment of lodging tax. Wow.
It was longer in the original form.
It's just
It was a whole page.
Yeah, no, thank you guys very much.
Second reading.
Awesome words. Yeah. And with that, we're with Leslie again.
So we have some goals that are outlined in the memo, which include improving the clarity, standardizing a definition of lodging versus lodging services with the sales tax code, aligning this with our current practices, and helping us to seek consistent compliance. So you may recall that we had a court decision from the Summit County District Court. It identified some the inconsistency in our definitions between the sales tax code and the lodging tax code of lodging versus lodging services. So we seek to correct that. It also highlighted a phrase that it found to be ambiguous about and otherwise taxed under Article 1 of this chapter, which is the sales tax code. So we also wish to remedy that. I'd also like to point out that this should have no material impact to the revenue. It will be no change to most taxpayers, and any financial impact that it may have would be considered de minimis. And with that, I also would really like to thank Soleil Drumright, who is online with us tonight. This is a culmination of a long period of work on the court decision and then also in working on these amendments. So I would really like to thank her for her work as well. And with that, I recommend that council approve this ordinance.
Great. Thank you, Leslie. Any questions for Leslie?
Is that whole legal thing finished?
It is. We chose not to appeal that decision. We did have a favorable decision in our sales tax and short-term rental code sections, just not as favorable in the lodging tax area. But this amendment should allow us to collect on that going forward on the fees without issue.
Thanks.
We have been collecting those fees on most of the places, just one that, was it just one that wasn't paying or
One
something?
that we are aware of.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're not aware of issues until we audit them, of course. And so this particular business came up through that.
Any other questions? No other questions. We'll go to public comment. Any public comment in chambers or online? No public comments in chambers or online. We'll bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the first reading of ordinance 25-18.
Second.
We have a motion to approve ordinance 25-18 in a second. Please call the question.
Yes.
Skipjack Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Yes.
Ibby,
Yes.
And Goldstein.
Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, Stacy. With that, we'll move into old business. We have agenda item number 1, which is second reading of ordinance 25-12, an ordinance approving a loan from the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority, authorizing the form and execution of a loan agreement and governmental agency bond to evidence such loan, authorizing the construction of project prescribing other details in connection therewith.
Good evening, council.
Period.
Mayor, adopting this ordinance enabled us to utilize the forgivable loan from the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority to continue the PFAS removal project at Well 7. Pending any questions, we recommend that you approve this ordinance.
Right. Any questions, discussion? Great. Thanks, Josh. With that, we'll go out to public comment. Any public comment in chambers or online? No public comment in chambers or online. We'll come back to council for any further discussion or a motion. Mr. Wood, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to say, I just thought, I don't know why I thought this was so interesting and well done the last time you guys presented it. And it's just really interesting, the forgivable loan piece of it. And I just wanted to say thanks for making it so well put together and clear.
Thank you. And that's all Ryan Thompson and Addison working on really hard on those projects. So yeah, it's been great. They've made it easy to fall into this. So yeah.
Yeah, I learned a lot. It was interesting.
Thank you, guys.
The mayor, make a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 25-12.
Second.
We have a motion to approve ordinance 25-12. Please call the question.
Goldstein, yes. Al,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
and Kibbe.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Josh, and your staff. Old business agenda item number 2, which is second reading of ordinance 25-11, and ordinance amending chapter 110, article 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Frisco concerning the licensing of short-term rental property by amending sections 110-38, 110-39, 110-40, 110-41, 110-42, 110-43 concerning the administration of short-term rental licenses. Aha. You got it.
Mr. Mayor, council members, in front of you is the second reading of some minor administrative changes to chapter 110, short-term rental licensing. Happy to review any of those. If anybody would like to, stack recommends passing this, and happy to take any questions.
I have a question. I was contacted by someone, I don't know if anyone else was. Somebody, I think from Denver, from some consulting firm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, somebody to audit and
Yep.
give us a report about,
I don't know, I just
I
thought,
don't know, spam.
yeah, it's like he's trying to sell something.
Short-term rental department.
Sure, no, we have everything under control.
Good job.
We do.
Just said nothing. Yeah.
It was funny. I was like, what are you targeting?
Right. Any further discussion, clarifying questions? Great. With that, we'll go out to public comment in chambers and online. No public comment in chambers or online. We'll bring it back to council for any additional discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve second reading ordinance 25-11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 25-11 on second reading. Please call the question.
Kibbe,
These deliberated.
Yeah.
Either one works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goldstein?
Yeah.
Held?
Yes.
Check Adrian?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Inkin?
Yes.
And Alan?
Yes.
Great, thanks, Kyle. With that motion passed. I have one more item I wanted to bring up during council comments, and I didn't. And this is a discussion about a request we had from the FERC a few weeks ago about an emergency allocation for their rental fund assistance program. I've spoken to all members of council, and it sounds like we have support. It's a $10,000 ask. I believe it's a 2025 budget year question, but I'd have to get clarity to see if we have to put it into the 26th. I believe we have the opportunity to use either 5A funds or general funds or wherever staff would recommend us to go look. Comments, questions, concerns, not interested in pursuing this forward, which is fine. I just wanted to get this topic completed one way or the other.
We just approved the budget.
For 20, we can do in a minute. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
And I think it's 25A.
Oh.
Obviously not necessarily the way we want to go about doing this,
Not at all.
but we support the FERC and rental assistance.
Did they give any, I'm supportive of it, but did they give any background or any information as to like kind of what's happening or?
About 3 weeks ago, they ran out of their rental assistance dollars. And that was all, from my perspective, we were told at the time. Then since then, we've had some interactions with federal agencies within Frisco. Folks have lost their primary breadwinners as a component of that. Other folks have had have not been willing to go to work for various reasons.
Right.
So I don't know if that was driving the FERC back towards we need to replenish this because A, we hadn't run out before, to my knowledge. And B, we have potentially an even greater ask on this particular system. So they came forward with that. The discussion with the mayors and managers was moving forward, the nicotine tax program will be having a grant process that's going to be managed through the Summit Foundation. And that will be where FERC, Elevated Health, those bigger nonprofits would go to ask for some dollars through that program. Those are funded by all of the communities in the county. FERC has agreed to run that for us. So in addition, not FERC, Summit Foundation has agreed to run that for us. The other discussions at the with FERC are we've discussed they should be creating an emergency fund for this fund anyway. That was not in place in the past. So going forward, there's three things as I see it. One is the immediate ask for 10,000. That's per jurisdiction, including the county. And I believe it's a 25 ask. And then two is create going forward an emergency fund to support this fund and or other funds within the FERC's purview. And then three is the nicotine tax moving towards a grant program that is going to be managed by the Summit Foundation. I believe I had that. I can give a little bit more detail if folks want any more, but that's essentially where we're at. And we're back to the root question of, are we willing to go again? We've moved away from out of cycle dollar requests for the town. This one, I believe, falls on a different vein of this is an emergency ask and not, as an example, a business in town needing a roof or other items of capital that they wanted to do to improve and or sustain their building that wasn't planned for. This program just ran out of money to continue to provide rental assistance for folks in the program. I don't know all the details of the program. I know some council members are more intimate with the rental assistance program than myself. So if anyone has any questions on that, I would ask folks to speak up. But with that, Does this group support it or not? What do we think?
I support it.
I'm in support. I'm familiar with the program and I know that they use the dollars responsibly.
Got it. Tom, do you need anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a brief one. Just a heads up for the entire group, I will be absent 2 weeks from tonight. In my place, Joe Rivera will appear. Joe currently serves as the town attorney for both Fairplay and Lockbuoy. He's previously served as the town attorney for Monument. He's a very senior attorney with our firm, and if you like him better, I don't want to hear about it when I come back.
John, I would say thank you for sponsoring our dinner with CMLD.
You bet.
Thanks.
I hope everybody had a good time. I'm sorry I was not able to.
You were missed.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. With that, any other business? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Work session.